sabe que não há nada ele possa fazer para impedir o que vai acontecer, mas seu corpo se move automaticamente. Ele estende as suas grandes e novas asas ao subir ao longo do mastro da tenda ao subir no ar. Ele chega tarde demais quando vê o corpo de Blue Jr. levantado na água ácida. No answers to have, diz ele. Enquanto força o seu corpo e vir seu
Beautiful people. We all know that was an amazing run. I was very, very into it. Of course, I got to spend my time during that run with CC and CJ. Always an honor. Always a good time. I've grown pretty close to these guys since I'd say since around quarantine started, and I'm pretty honored to be part of this whole event. It's been really great. I'm nearing the end of my shift here. Silent Hero will be taking over, another great host. So be kind to him, be nice to him, and keep donating, people, for Save the Children. We've absolutely crushed it so far. You guys were there for the big 5K during Pokemon Snap. There's just more goodness coming your way. We've got the Super Metroid and Link to the Past randomizer. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that we did hit the incentive for hard mode, so that's going to be really, really sick by RaikouRider. Eric saying stay. I mean, I'll be around. I just won't be the sultry voice speaking to you. But Silent Hero's got a great voice himself. So eventually I need to hop off. I need to live my life. But I'll be around. I'll be chilling and chat with you guys. So don't worry about that. And I'm just looking at the incentives really quick here before I hop off. For the randomizer, we've got either kill the animals or save the animals. Save the animals, I have always been part of Team Save the Animals, and they always lose every time I watch a marathon. However, SDAT 2021 might be the one to change that. It is in the lead with $113, whereas Kill the Animals is sitting way back at $40. So you guys know me. I'm kind of the animal person, the animal guy. Work in the veterinary field. Let's save those animals, people. Keep I'm not saying don't donate. I'm saying keep donating towards keeping that in the lead, because you never know when somebody with fat pockets might come through. And then we are at $158 out of $240 for the Breath of the Wild early Master Sword Glitch Showcase. So I'm sure we can meet that. We've got about 6 hours to go, give or take, before that's over. I know you guys have the power to do that. That's less than $100 away. Easy peasy for this chat. All right, people, I am Crunchy Brown. I'll be signing off. Thank you so much for everything, really. It's been an honor. I am going to be passing it off over to Silent Hero, who is questioning how we deal with having all these voices in our heads. But we get used to it. We get used to it. Silent Hero, take it away, brother.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, Crunchy. That's hard to say. But I am Silent Hero, and I will be your host for this lovely and stupendous Super Metroid Link to the Past combo randomizer. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this or not, but you are in for a treat if you haven't. Also, a really sneaky way to get 2 games into a marathon. In addition to that, even if you are familiar with Super Metroid, and you're familiar with Link to the Past, and even if you are familiar with the randomizer for both of these games, we're going to mix it up on you a little bit further. We had a donation incentive to pick the sprites for both games, not just one, but both. Did I find a better mic stand? No, unfortunately I did not. I am using my hand. I am holding the mic for the next 4 hours. I'm hearing that we are just about ready to get this underway, so I'm going to let it cut over to a video. We'll be right back.
बहुत अच्छा लगता कि मेरी बेटी पहले से कमज़ोर थी, अभी नॉर्मल में वो ये खेलती है, बोलती है, चलती है।
وين مرتا وين تمرق مرارة بدوا إخاجي داون.
والعظم يعني قست الناس كامل يعني يقولوا لي مش تعيش البنت يزنوا يعملوا كل شيء الحمد لله.
All right, we are ready now for the Super Metroid Link to the Past randomizer. I hope you are ready, RaikouRider. Are you ready to take it away for us?
About as ready as I'm gonna get. I've done enough of these to know that these can be a mess, but generally speaking, the more of a mess these seeds are, the more the viewers enjoy them. And hey, it's for the kids.
Always for the kids. We've got an excellent run for us, so whenever, would you like me to count it down, or do you want to count it down?
I'm also gonna just get set up with controls and whatnot. I'm gonna have Leslie Pro 04 and Ancient Gamer on the mic with me tonight. Leslie Pro is gonna do a lot of the talking for the Link to the Past side, and Ancient Gamer is gonna do a lot of the discussion for the Super Metroid side. But I am ready to take things away in 3, 2, 1, go. Happy Rando, everybody! So the Super Metroid and the Link to the Past combo randomizer has been around for quite some time. It was, I believe, developed in 2017 by Total. And it's a fusion of two of the more popular randomizers that have been around. So I'm going to primarily leave commentary to a Leslie Pro and Ancient Gamer as to what is going on, but I will chime in from time to time.
Alright, so the first thing to know about Combo Rando, as we call it, SMZ3 or what have you, is that there are 4 portals that connect the worlds. And the Road to Criteria map is one such portal. Now, what RaikouRider is doing is something you typically see in a Link to the Past Rando's open mode, where a runner will trigger the hula hand glitch to start off with 225 rupees. Now, what that glitch is by jumping down off of this ledge in a specific way while entering the cave first to line it up, is that you throw off the coordinates of the game to where the game doesn't know where to put Link. And in that instance, the coordinates are 0, 0, 0, 0. It's basically what we would consider back in, when this game was initially released, the 404 file not found screen, which is also named after a Nintendo Power Contest winner. And now that Raiko's got 225 rupees, we start with the checks, and the reason that Raiko does this is that there is an off chance of finding flippers early, which, if that happens, then the particular hula hand setup that Raiko did just flat out would not be possible.
Correct, because it relies on you being able to offset the screen by not having flippers. There are so many different opening routes that you can take for Link to the Past that are all correct, and that's one of the things that makes this randomizer great. If you want to try playing this randomizer for yourself, our website is samus.link. Yes, that is the website, samus.link. It's great.
I just want to jump in to say that whoever designed that is an absolute genius, and I love them.
Oh yes, this was actually kind of a joke an inside joke in the community, where someone suggested, hey, what if we could staple these two randomizers together? And then Total just kind of ran with it. And because Super Metroid and A Link to the Past don't overlap any memory addresses at all, it just happens to work. And you can play this on a real Super Nintendo like I am. That's probably the most mind-blowing part, is this actually works on original hardware. So one of the reasons for my opening route is to try to see what the crab prize and the tree prizes are at the start of the seed, as well as go to this location, the Lumberjack Cave. That particular item is locked behind defeating Aghanim at Hyrule Castle, and that is a very time-consuming thing to do. It takes about 4.5 minutes.
Even more if Blue Ball RNG is not in your favor. And speaking of, and standalone Link to the Past randomizer, that RNG is set on seed generation. Not the case here. That RNG is still pure RNG.
And that is one noteworthy thing that I do want to mention about this randomizer and the standalone Link to the Past randomizer is they're actually separate projects, and they use different versions of the Link to the Past base logic. So some of the rules from standard Link to the Past, such as Fire Rod being logic for some torches, is not the case here. And we'll try to point those out as they come up. But for now, we're going to be heading to Kakariko Village to purchase some bombs and make a lot of item checks.
As well as activate a flute that was picked up very early. Early flute is very nice to see because your movement becomes so much faster going from various overworld locations. Like, right now, Raiko, with this activation, could just fly up to Death Mountain and check Norfair Business Center if he so desired, but not yet.
Oh, fast travel is so nice. Also, anybody who has swag ducks, feel free to post them in chat. Oh, that's really convenient.
Wow. If that was not bombs, you would have had to have gone to the bomb shop in the south end of the village.
I might. It also helps if you equip your bombs. I might have to go buy bombs anyway. It just cleans up the routing here a little bit. One thing I'm also going to be keeping an eye out for is a 300 rupee drop, because then I'll have enough money to do an early King Zora check. Oh hey, a trash can!
Now that's what we call reserve tanks on the Super Metroid side. They are helpful, but Do we really need them? It depends.
They're actually a lot more relevant in Hard Logic specifically, and we'll get more into that once I'm actually in Super Metroid. But for now, we're just getting our first set of items. Oh hey, there's the money I was talking about. We're just getting our first set of items to figure out where the game wants us to go early on. There are 316 locations in this game, and that makes for a lot of possibilities. No real progression yet, though, which is a little bit surprising. Oh, I guess technically the flute is, but that doesn't open up that much. It opens up 2 locations. Also, I want to just give a shout out to all of the sprite developers for both A Link to the Past and Super Metroid, because these things look amazing.
Absolutely. And, well, we try to clip the chicken into the wall for swag, but sometimes it doesn't work, although sometimes... Or I've had a couple of times where the chicken just clips all the way through and gets in the way of the treasure chest. And that's, like... Really, game?
Trying to clip the chicken through the wall is something that we just do for fun in the community. So I never really mentioned what the goal of the combo randomizer is. The goal is to collect the items necessary to defeat both Mother Brain and Ganon, and that is a plasma beam. I'm very happy to see that. That's one of those items that I am never unhappy to see.
You want beam power? Plasma's the way to go, without a shadow of a doubt. Oh yeah, one last thing about the chicken clip is that if you try to pick up the chicken on the same frame that it starts to move, then you soft lock. Oh boy.
Oh, lovely.
Weapon in the library. That's kind of dangerous.
So is this going to be like all my seeds where we find hammer early and I just never get a sword?
I mean, you know where a sword is if you get boots, so...
Yeah. So,
question for the runner right quick. This is a hard mode, correct? Do you care to explain the difference between a normal and a hard mode?
Hard Logic affects a Super Metroid specifically. So what Hard Logic does is it makes the restrictions on where items can be in Super Metroid a lot more loose. So it can expect certain movement tricks that aren't immediately obvious, or even glitches. So some minor glitches like the Muck Ball, which we'll get into once we get into Super Metroid, those can be required. Link to the Past doesn't change at all.
Would be interesting if A Link to the Past did change as well, but that's just me.
I wouldn't be surprised if that came along the pipeline soon in, say, version 12 or version 13. Just more support for options in general.
And what Raikou just picked up is the Super Missile Pack. Now, we don't know where Charge Beam's gonna be. It may not even show up at all. But in the absence of that, Super Missiles are going to be the way to go in Super Metroid.
So this cave can be a little finicky, because these mini Moldorms are some of the most random enemies in the game. And we don't have a permanent weapon, so the only way we have to kill them is bombs, which are in short supply. Oh boy, a digging tool.
And a Weavy coin. Also known as the Quake Medallion. That's your second big rupee hoard pickup.
Also, it helps to remember you have a flute.
Now, for those of you who've been watching the Link to the Past randomizer over the past several months, will have probably noticed that a quick swap option is enabled, but for whatever reason, that is not a thing in SMZ3. And there are a number of folks wishing that it were.
Excuse you, crabs.
Wow, those crabs wanted you dead.
So those crabs are probably the most terrifying early game enemy in Link to the Past, and just in Link to the Past and both games in general. So those crabs do 2 hearts of damage, and we only have 3. And that location, the Ice Rod Cave, is not a particularly easy location to return to.
And now what Raikou is doing is a fake flipper, and he's doing this to get a few checks out of logic. Now, normally, you would need the flippers to even be able to do this, but Japanese 1.0 Link to the Past has a number of the glitches that make for a very fun speedrun, and is what is based off this randomizer. There is one caveat to fake flippering. In Japanese 1.0, you fake flipper and get hit, you soft lock. To correct that, in the rando, you take a hit, while in fake flipper, you just die.
Also, I want to give some shoutouts to Dimitri from Oracle of Seasons. And shoutouts to all the donors who made Moosh possible. This is my favorite sprite.
I, for one, am incredibly excited to see Alucard in Super Metroid because I love, love, love Castlevania.
Oh, the Super Metroid sprites in general are just so well done. Unfortunately, we don't have Flippers or Moon Pearl, so we won't be able to check the waterfall. But I do like getting a King Zora out of the way. This can be a very annoying check to get to later. Although we know in the community, King Zora is nicknamed the Con Man. So it is time to learn our life lesson. What is our life lesson today?
Probably some sort of scam, knowing the scam fish.
Yeah. But that's okay. I like getting that out of the way early just because it can be a real pain to return to later in the game, especially if Mirror is not in a very well-behaved spot. I will just put it that way. This randomizer has a sense of humor. I've done over 300 of these seeds, and it's still doing things that I don't expect.
Yeah, it did something like that to me recently, where all I'm gonna say is Morph Ball was in a very dumb, very bad spot. Leave it at that.
That's the reason why we haven't been in Super Metroid, is because Morph Ball gates roughly 80% of the game. Green Pendant in Thieves Town. Oh, hey, bombs.
Uh-oh. Morph Ball bombs without space jump means we could potentially have an infinite bomb jump seed. And there's a rhythm to that that we'll get into later.
Oh, I need to check the dungeons. I haven't done that yet. I should have actually checked the dungeons before coming here, because it would have impacted my decision. But I like rushing Pendant Eastern, because there's only one treasure chest that we can't get access to right now, and that's the chest that is, or the item for the boss, which is locked by Bow. Everything else we can get.
Now, logically, the game won't expect you to go to the big key chest without a lamp, but is that really stopping us? Yeah, it's a soft requirement of the logic that has a workaround, so if you ask me, in that sense, the logic is a suggestion.
Yes, the logic is a suggestion. So if those are you wondering what we mean by logic, there are certain rules that the randomizer application has in placing items to try to ensure that the game is still beatable. And that's what we refer to. And if you're curious to the inner workings of the logic, Total has actually made the logic publicly viewable on the SMZ3 website. If you go to the website samus.link/logic, you'll be able to view all of the nuances that are involved with the logic, either for normal difficulty or hard difficulty.
There's even more nuances in Key Sanity, FYI.
Nothing in here so far. Big key? No, big key is vanilla. So that means we will be leaving an item behind here. Also, hint tiles. Super Metroid does not, or not Super Metroid, but in SMZ3, there are no hint tiles. Not yet, anyway. Supposedly, if we bug Total enough, he might add them to a future version, but... I got lost. Where am I? Ah, that's too bad. Doing that room without any visual reference is extremely hard.
It really is, and there are some folks who make it look easy, but you can still get messed up by even the slightest of things. And when you are doing a dark room like that without a visual cue, you're basically living off audio cues.
Now, of note, the game will not expect us to get this without the lantern. So if you're wondering the reason why I wasn't using bombs to see in the previous room, that room does not actually scroll at all. So you can't see where you are in that room visually, but any room that scrolls you can use bombs to see. So what I'm doing is I'm rescuing the old man on Death Mountain, who is very important because it not only opens up an item location, it will allow you to choose the Death Mountain entrance as a warp point. So now, anytime I take a save and quit in A Link to the Past, I can go ahead and restart from there. And this is important because one of the places you can change games is up here. But before I go in there, there's a couple more items I need to look at.
Yep, it is a door that Raikou took a left at instead of going through. And if you've ever wandered through the back of where you start from Death Mountain Cave, where that spits you out is where that portal is. Oh, high power glove on Spectacle Rock. I guess we're finding the mirror at some point.
Yes, we are. So now we're going to head on to Super Metroid. There are only 3 items we can get in here. And you'll be able to see Alucard in all of his glory. Thank you very much, donors, for that.
Also,
welcome to Business Center.
Raikou did find Plasma Beam in A Link to the Past. He does have to activate it manually.
So what we're going to head down and do is we're going to go to the Vanilla Morph Ball location. That location and the Ceiling Energy Tank in Blue Brinstar are the only 2 items that we can get in Super Metroid with no access whatsoever. Because there's something kind of important that we're missing called the Morph Ball. Without it, there's not a lot you can do.
You will find it. Don't worry about that.
Eventually.
One of the differences between normal and hard logic is, in normal logic, only one of these items down here is in logic, which is the Morph Ball pedestal itself. There is another item that Raikou can get in the ceiling in one of the rooms to the right, but it requires a damage boost to get to it. Not very particularly hard, but still one of the nuanced differences between regular, normal Super Metroid logic and hard logic. Another one of the reasons that I wanted to mention about why all of the logic changes are in Super Metroid is A Link to the Past logic is basically pretty standardized all the way across. Total has said that if they ever wrote a hard logic for A Link to the Past, he would be glad to incorporate it. But with the exception of, like, as Raikou mentioned, the torches for some of the rooms that require lamp, the version that Total used didn't have that in there, and he never added it in. Now, there's an E-tank in the ceiling, and there's another reserve tank at the Morph Ball pedestal. And another difference here is hell runs can be required in hard logic. When you reach a certain amount of E-tanks, and in some things, a certain amount of E-tanks, a certain amount of items. With 5 E-tanks, and reserve tanks count for that, the hell runs through Upper Norfair are in logic. Now, at this point, Raikou has no way across Upper Norfair, and he does not have Morph Ball, so he can't check the Ice Beam location. But it is good to know and keep track of how many E-tanks have been available.
Did I mention movement in this game is impossible?
The climb, this is known as the climb. This is known as the climb, and it's actually one of the more technical things that you have to do. It would be surprising how hard it is to do one of those Zoast or Sweet Num climbs up that wall. Of course, you could always learn that ledge grab technique, Raikou, which takes like 5 times as many inputs.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun.
That shovel I picked up is the only real piece of progression left, and I'm kinda suspicious of it. Generally,
you know where you haven't been. You know where you haven't been.
Oh, I'm aware of where I haven't been.
Where he hasn't been is probably his next destination if this digs up nothing.
Well.
Well, that just made things interesting, because now all the dark rooms in A Link to the Past are completely in logic, so... Could be back to Eastern, could be to Hyrule Castle for a location in Escape known as Dark Cross.
I mean, we're kind of running out of places. I'm also a little bit worried about my bomb count, because my bomb count isn't particularly high, and that's the only way that you can damage enemies without any sort of regular weapon, such as a hammer or a sword, or even a rod as bombs. And unfortunately, bombs do not seem to be easy to get.
Bomb strats aren't exactly the easiest to use, and yes, you can be asked to do the Hyrule Castle portion of the game with bombs in A Link to the Past Rando's standard mode, where the weapon is randomized. Casual, the weapon is not.
Bomb escape is definitely something that a lot of players don't like, but it's important to practice if you play a lot of standard mode. So what my goal is going to be for the guards that I do need to kill is to try to get them caught on a piece of terrain. So in between these 2 statues behind the treasure chest over here, this is where I'm going to try to lure him. I could always just have him sit here too. This is a little bit less reliable, but it will get the job done. Also in this next room, there's a green guard that might go after me as I try to double pot the ball and chain guard. It's very important that I do not kill that guard. And of course, I immediately get seen.
The game knows, as somebody we both know would say.
Shoutouts to LOZ Card Stand. And that's a case of the green guard being very annoying. What is going on? Where is this progression at? Because we are rapidly running out of locations.
So what Raikou's doing here is a death warp to get back to the entrance, which is significantly faster than having to walk back through the dungeon.
We only have a couple of locations left.
Maybe there'll be a key here and you'll actually be able to get to the end of the sewers.
Given that we have lamp, that wouldn't surprise me. No. I mean, that's a good item, but that's not progression. Alright, I'm gonna go back into Eastern and clean up the one item, because I wouldn't be surprised if it was in there.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be par for the course. Which is a lesson that some of us in this call have learned the hard way with standalone Link to the Past Rando. You follow up on your deaths. And yes, I am talking about myself here.
There's only one location left other than Eastern Palace, and that's a location I like to call Dirty Agina.
And it's a good name for that location, too. And yes, it's a name that could also be applied to standalone Link to the Past Rando as well as SMZ3.
So the reason why I call Dirty Agina so is it's a location all the way out in the desert, very, very far away from everything else in the early game. But you can get to it with no items. It's just a real pain to route early on. Remember, we do not have any advanced knowledge of where any of the items are, so we have to make decisions based on the items that we see. And if you're liking what you see, we as a community run a lot of tournaments. I want to say this is our fourth or fifth year doing tournaments, and I want to say there's the 2 versus 2 tournament that's still going on right now, correct?
Yes.
I don't know why I went in this room. I already have the key.
Muscle memory.
Muscle memory is pretty strong.
Yeah, muscle memory, if you're how often you've played these games, there are times that muscle memory will just come back and get you.
Right. This is a little bit risky to do on 3 hearts. Okay, we're fine.
Yeah, what's risky there is there's only specific frames where Link will be able to make contact with that switch before taking a heart of damage again. And with only 3 hearts, Raikou only has a couple of chances to get at that before he has to change strategies and clear the room.
Really?
Raikou, this is truly a case of the game knows.
Oh, what a great video game. Agina has something.
Yep, that is a thing. So, well, it wouldn't be a marathon seed without something like this happening. But hey,
no.
Wuhan's back.
Not
It's
at all.
early.
And I do want to make all of you aware that this is a seed that has been vetted by a third party, so there will be some explaining to be done if this goes over estimate. It shouldn't. Unfortunately, I only have 2 bombs, so I really shouldn't be throwing my last bomb at Agina, even though I know he has something. Alright, what's here? High jump boots. I think I know what that means.
I have an idea as to what that means too.
Yep, that means Norfair. Well, you guys wanted hard logic, and this is what you paid for.
Yeah, I mean, if it was normal logic, then the answer would be upright the tower to check Alpha power bombs, but this is hard logic, so that answer is going to involve running through the fire and the flames.
It will. And I am definitely going to take a save in case something goes wrong. I also should check. I need to check my reserve tanks too, make sure they're full. They are not. I'm going to go fill them.
Now, it's important that Now, safety is very important on the Super Metroid side because taking a death in Super Metroid is extremely punishing because you go right back to the status of your last save. Anything you've picked up between then and where you took a death, lost.
To answer a question in chat about hard logic, it loosens restrictions on where items can be placed. It doesn't actually remove any items from the item pool, unlike harder settings in, say, the Varia randomizer.
Or A Link to the Past hard item pool, as it's now known. Which, the running gag in that is that the silvers get placed on planet Zebes. Which, at that point, you might as well be making a joke as to what location that is. Common joke I make is behind Ridley.
Right, so with 6 energy tanks, these should be okay. But I'm still going to make a save in case something goes wrong. Because if you make too many mistakes, it's very easy to die. Because I don't have Varia Suit, I'm going to be constantly taking damage in these rooms. And unless we find Morph Ball back here, there's going to be some tricky things I'm going to have to do to leave this room.
A whole lot easier to get there.
Plasma.
That's it.
Okay, nothing there. It's also going to be very important that I go into my menu to manually discharge reserves when I get low on health.
Now, the reason for that is if the reserve tanks were to activate, the health drain would tax the at fill-up.
Alright, we're through. Now I'm gonna have to do a semi-tricky jump here. So there is a reason why we call that guy on the ledge King Kakatak. Because he is the king of that mountain, and he will let you know. I need to turn my reserve tanks back on so I can actually see whether they have energy in them or not. Without speed booster, this run to the speed booster item takes a lot of energy.
Yeah, this is why farming is so important here. There are times in a hell run where you do have to farm. This is one of them. Especially since Raikou doesn't have enough power bombs to do a crystal flash.
Well, I also don't have morph ball for that matter. Wonder where that could be. Well, there's a bottle.
And that bottle could be important because that opens up a check at Sick Kid back in Kakariko Village, and that's just a big 20. Now, worth noting, because Raikou doesn't have Speed Booster, the usual trap you see coming out of here is not going to activate.
Correct, that is contingent on you having exactly Speed Booster.
Don't forget that we do still have the save the animals or kill the animals incentive going. Make sure you're putting in your donations towards that because save the animals is currently absolutely demolishing kill. I want to see this get closer.
If you want to make us speedrunners happy, please kill the animals. I like saving frames, not saving animals. Alright, so getting in and out of this next room can be kind of tricky with the amount of energy that I have.
Although I have to ask on the topic of save, kill the animals, what is the margin that Kill would have to raise to take the lead?
Kill is going to need to raise about $80 to take over.
Well, you heard him, chat. If you want to see the critters fry, you know the number you gotta shoot for.
Now, I am gonna have to go back to the pit stop room one more time to get full health again, because as it stands right now, I don't have enough health to escape. Not comfortably, anyway. Because so far this Norfair run has been kind of a bust.
Now, one logic question is a wall jump up to the room pre-Norfair Reserve in hard logic.
Yes. That's gonna be fun. Do I have full? Oh, nowhere close. Now, Super Metroid's drop system at least is nice, because if you have full missiles, you'll only get health drops.
It's worth noting that the original Metroid, it was not like that. The drop system was all RNG, so you could have full energy needing missiles and still get energy, which is kind of silly.
I am going to take a save here for the trip back, because the trip back without Morph Ball is significantly harder. There's a pretty tricky wall jump I'm going to have to do to get out. Alright, can I get a bailout item in here, please? That's a Morph Ball. Well then.
Wow, game without speed, that is what hard logic can do. It had Raikou run through the fire and the flames of Upper Norfair to get that Morph Ball without a various suit. In normal logic, you would need a various suit to get that, but no matter how you spin it, that's just a disgusting place for that. But that's Randomizer for you. Not all the locations are going to be pretty.
That corner is difficult to get around as well. So the reason why I made that save is specifically so that I can reset out of this room if there's nothing here. Get used to seeing the pause menu a lot, too, before we find Varia Suit. Because there are a lot of places that can be now. Get out of there, please.
Oh, and to further add to that...
I think I might be dead.
Uh-oh.
Well, not dead, but I'm gonna have to do a pretty long farm here. Because since I don't have enough health to actually get to the... I don't have enough health to get to the pit stop right now, so I'm gonna have to go in and out of the save room and farm off the waivers. Until I have enough to get to one of the pit stop rooms. This is something you want to try to avoid if at all possible. If I had one more pack of power bombs, I could just Crystal Flash, but I do not have that luxury right now. So I'm gonna need to do this until I get, about 150 or so energy. That is quite the nasty place for Morph Ball.
Yeah, well, at least you didn't have to take the long way around from Lower North Fair to Crocomire area to get Morph Ball, as I had to do recently. That was disgusting. See, we both know some of the nasty things this randomizer can do. I've only really seen it from a normal logic standpoint, because I have yet to touch hard logic. Raiko will play hard logic, and he knows a lot more nasty things about what this randomizer can do than I do.
This should be enough for me to at least get up there. Because now that I have Morph Ball, I can go check the vanilla Wave Beam item.
Also helps that King Cack attack dropped a large health drop.
Once we get back up to full health, we'll be fine.
So in the meantime, while we're doing a farming, we have any donations?
Yeah, this is a great time for donations.
Nothing's come through just yet, so now would be an excellent time to get some in and get them one read off. So don't forget, even the smallest amount helps for Save the Children. Even just a single $1 can provide 4 children with treatment against pneumonia, one of the top 5 killers of kids under age 5.
Yeah, pneumonia is a pretty serious disease. I remember when my dad had it when I was 12, I was legit scared, and he got it really bad. Thankfully they were able to clear it, but yeah, that would not have been good if we had lost him for sure. So, to that being said, pneumonia does have a bit of a special place in my heart for my own reasons.
So the reason why I couldn't check this earlier is because I did not have Morph Ball, or Grapple Beam, or Space Jump. Because you cannot make this jump back, and if you fall down... also, did I mention Spikes hurt?
Yeah, that's like 60 health. Or is it more than that without a suit? Either way, it's a large amount. When you're doing what Raiko's doing...
Yeah. Yeah. That's fine, though. We saved recently. I saved right before then, so that's fine. There's another spot where I can farm. Oh wait, I can't get to it. So I'm gonna have to refarm and then leave and then get out. Oh wait, no, do I? Oh, I have bombs. I have bombs. I can just go this way. Alright. So now there's a whole bunch of Crocmire I can do.
Now, the reason Quackomire is in logic is because in hard logic, you can be required to do what is known as a gate glitch. What that is, it involves shooting a missile or super missile at a precise point in a precise manner for the missile or super to pass through the gate and hit the button on the other side. It's very finicky.
Oh yeah, it's quite finicky. I'm also not going to be checking. I'm also not going to be checking the croc escape item from the escape side. I failed to do that when I was in here before. Should have done that. What do my reserves look like? They're full. Okay. Alright, how long is this gonna take?
Now, it's unfortunate that...
Oh, nice! That didn't take long at all.
Nice, second shot, love to see it.
Yeah, that's not easy to do.
Also, watch out for those pirates, because without a suit, they deal 80 health of damage, but lo and behold, we have an energy recharge station right here.
I might not have ammo for Croc.
I think if you're accurate enough with your missiles and supers, you'll be fine. Now, I'm not sure what causes that, where it looks like you're about to get a missile or super right in his mouth, and it just disappears. It's one of those things that has stymied me as a runner, and I don't understand it.
Alright, we have enough at least. Oh, that's kind of important.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, those are silver arrows. Those are a little important.
Yeah, so one of the nuanced differences between standalone Link to the Past, Rando, and Combo is that standalone Z3R, the bows are progressive. Here in Combo, they are not. You can still get the silvers before the bow.
Now, acid is something you need to be real careful around with no suit.
Yep.
So past Crocomire, that is the only room that is heated. None of the rest of this part of Norfair is heated.
Which is nice, because you get a free recharge on health. Might have to recharge on supers for Green Gate Glitch, which is the logical way to get to Grapple Beam from this point.
Correct. Which is why I'm making another save.
Alternatively, you can also IBJ up from below, but that is a recommended start it from midair IBJ, and it's not easy. But it's fun when you get it right.
It's late. Not bad. It's not uncommon to spend double digits of super missiles trying to do those gate glitches. And I speak from experience.
And he is not the only one, because I have certainly spent double digits in that regard doing the exact same thing.
Okay, garbage. Please. Alright, now I need to concentrate. Getting this started is what's hard.
Yeah, once he gets it started, he'd be fine.
As much as I would like that, it's not worth the trouble.
Yeah, that is understandable, because IBJ can be finicky, and you can drop it very easily if you go off rhythm. It's just like trying to keep the rhythm of a marching band. You can just go off rhythm a little bit and ruin part of the song very easily, and I know from experience, because I played an instrument in high school.
So I think with that morph ball, I'm going to try to head up to... probably just clear out Brinstar at this point. Now, I could go get the escape item, but that would require me to do an infinite bomb jump up to the ledge under pressure of damage from heat, which is not recommended.
Although I wouldn't be surprised if Hard Logic was expecting it, because, you know, Hard Logic.
I believe to actually make the jump from... the jump from the lower ledge requires Speed Booster. Wait, it requires Speed Booster and High Jump to be able to get the height necessary.
It does, but I believe, and I heard about this from the communities, that in Hard Logic, the game can actually expect you to bring an enemy over and freeze it in a specific spot to make the jump.
Well, we don't have ice. We don't have Ice Beam.
But yeah, without Ice Beam, that ain't gonna happen.
Alright, now I gotta get back. That's not helpful. That's really bad. I'm actually just gonna reset and try again.
Yeah, those jumps are quite precise, and hitting the lava on top of the heat damage drains health so fast that can ruin a hell run right there.
Menu. If I fail this, I'm probably gonna go back to the croc area and actually get up to full health, but this should be enough. Not gonna have a lot of room for error here, but it should be enough. Okay, we're out.
And that is a very difficult wall jump due to the precision that's needed to pull it off.
Oh, it is, and I only had one chance to do that. Wait, what am I going... This is not the room I wanted to check. I wanted to check, the croc escape room. Really just bewildered at what's already happened, but this is what you guys paid for. Okay, garbage. Good.
Excellent. So not even worth the struggle. Now the reason Raikou's opening the door with 5 missiles instead of a super is ammo preservation.
So for those of us that might not be as familiar with the randomizers, what kind of items are we looking for the proverbial go mode?
We don't even know yet. It depends on what dungeons are required for Link to the Past. For Super Metroid, we need both suits. We need both suits for sure, and then enough movement items to get to the bosses. For Link to the Past, it's way more complicated.
Yeah, for Link to the Past, at the minimum, you're going to... The bare minimum. Let's forget dungeons for a sec, and here's the bare minimum. You need a bow, because of not only 2 dungeons, but because of a certain enemy in Ganon's Tower. You need a hook shot. You need both lift upgrades. You also need a fire source. And you also need the hammer. Because there are too many dungeons that require using the hammer to where you're not going to find... Typically, you will not find a seed where you will not find a hammer. Outside of maybe some other creative custom logic on the Link to the Past random side. Now, more importantly, is that Raikou is coming up on the first boss of the game, Kraid. He's going to be trying to go for Kraid Quick Kill.
It might be a little difficult because I'm not used to the visual cue with this sprite. So hopefully I get it, but it'll be a little bit difficult. Get another chance. Ah! So that claw gets in the way. If you have Charge Beam, you can freeze the claw, which makes it a lot easier, but it's quite tricky to time it so that... Because what you're looking for is you're looking to fire your first super missile when Kraid's mouth is in its middle animation frame. And that will lock open the mouth so that it'll skip the animation of Kraid standing up. So, an hour into this run, we are finally on the board!
Well, I'd say this. The claw is probably the biggest problem in getting Kraid Quick Kill, and that is a consistency amongst runners of many different skill levels across the board. That claw gives me trouble too. And yes, charge does help. But when you do get the Kraid Quick Kill, it feels so good.
Oh, it's so satisfying. Oh, hey, Wave Beam. So now, how do I want to handle this? I think the best way to route this is going to be getting Spazer. Oh no, I have a better idea. Who uses this save?
I've used this save a couple of times, but typically if I was heading out to check Shack Tool as a one-off check.
Pro tip, route around saves. It will save you a lot of time.
He is right about that, and that is a very obscure save that I don't see it used very often. I know I rarely use it myself, but it's there for select circumstances.
Unfortunately, I don't have a good way to check X-ray right now because that would involve me filling my reserve tanks. So this is one of the quirks of hard logic, is around the X-ray check. Oh, lovely! That's an orb.
Yep, that is the other orb and one of the required items to beat A Link to the Past, because you are going to have to explore a dark world that without it would transform Link into what is known as a bunny sprite, putting him in the bunny state where he can't attack.
So I think at this point, probably wouldn't be a bad idea to go over to Brinstar, because there's a lot of stuff there. So what I'm going to do is go back to Zelda and then take an immediate save and reset. Whenever you transition games, it will reset your position in Super Metroid to your ship. And you can route around this.
You can also route out refills this way in case you need one.
And I am in pretty dire need of one with where I'm going to be going. Taking another save here specifically because I'm going to be doing a couple of dangerous things in the near future. This isn't dangerous, this is just tedious.
It's what's after the tedious part that's dangerous.
Can I please have space jump so I don't have to do this anymore? Well, that's acceptable. Super missiles, I'm almost always happy to see. They're just generally useful.
Oh yeah, and when we get to bosses, even more so. More on that later.
So that wall jump is another thing that is a difference between normal and hard.
Yep, hard logic can ask you to do that delayed wall jump, which at the time of SMRAT 2021 I did not know how to do, yet I still managed to make it all the way to the consolation match of the inaugural durable bracket, which was a great run by myself, and also a great run by Raiko as well.
So big shout outs to Speedrunners Arena for putting on SMRAT. They're great people. Twitch.tv/Speedrunners Arena. They make Super Metroid, a notoriously difficult speed game, very, very accessible. So now for these two items in the back of the gauntlet, it's very important that... Wow! I do not know how I recovered that.
Oh my goodness, Rye, that was one heck of a jump. Someone clip that.
Wow, I do not know how I recovered that.
Plus recovery.
Okay, sure. So I'm also going to be using this save, which is another save that you don't see a lot of runners use, specifically for power bomb management. Because I'm going to need a lot of power bombs to clear out this area of Brinstar called Blue Brinstar. I also need to go to Bomb Chorizo, and I would really rather not fight Bomb Chorizo.
Now, there's a reason why Raikou said fight Bomb Chorizo, because in SMZ3, if you don't have Morph Ball Bombs, you do not fight Bomb Chorizo. But if you have Morph Ball Bombs, that is the trigger for the Bomb Chorizo fight.
Unfortunately, because I'm routing this around the save, unless there's something here, you won't get to see Alcatraz escape.
Which would be unfortunate because Alcatraz escape looks really cool. It's challenging, yes, but it also looks cool, which unfortunately we are not going to get to see today.
So that saved me a little bit of ammo, which is important. Now I'll be able to use the rest of my ammo to go check Blue Brinstar, and then if there's nothing there, I'm going to reset again.
Now it's worth noting that none of these pirates that are in these rooms drop ammo outside of missiles.
That's one of the issues for Randomizer with regards to Brinstar in general, is that there are not a lot of enemies that drop power bombs because you're not expected to have power bombs the first time you come here. But now that we have Morph Ball and explosive devices, we have a lot we can do here. That I will take, though. I don't like to turn down heart containers. Also, after a while, I won't be tracking ammo in the tracker anymore. That's to the point when tracking ammo doesn't become relevant to items anymore. So right now, I actually have enough ammo that tracking ammo doesn't actually help me anymore.
That was very good Morph Ball Bomb placement there.
Okay, we're fine.
Typically, you drop a power bomb there, but when you're managing ammo like Raikou is, no, you don't do that.
So apparently Billy Mays has a 2-for-1 special on blueberries today.
Unfortunate, because sometimes Billy Mays, as that room is named so, because you get one item there, but wait, there's more.
If you call in the next 10 minutes, we'll send you 3 bombs. Absolutely free. Actually, wait, no, that isn't what he would say. He would say, we'll double your order.
And unfortunately, Retro did not have the goods for us today.
I am not interested in a 2-for-1 special on bombs today. So now we're going to head over to Green Brinstar. While Green Brinstar's progression likelihood is weighted down slightly, there are so many items here that we'll find enough incidentally useful things that may not be required to finish the game, but will still be helpful, that it's worth checking.
And we've already gotten a number of those for now. I mean, Plasma Beam, you couldn't ask for better than that. And if Charge Beam shows up, even better.
A 2-for-1 special and pedestal requirements. You want me to be here all night? Alright, mockball time.
Now, normal logic, this is out of logic. In hard logic, you could potentially be expected to do this. Still, very helpful to know how to do, because this is how you get your first super missiles in the speedrun categories.
Yes, that's the single most important trick in the game, I would say. Picking up a lot of E-tanks, too. We have 8. Another thing that's very important is to learn where ammo drops are. So these B-toms in this room, I'm going to be killing them for power bombs specifically, because those B-toms, if you are missing power bombs, have, I think, a 96.4% power bomb drop rate. It's really high.
We are getting our health, and coming up, this dangerous room also has more B-toms, which you can also kill for power bombs as well. But you also gotta be careful because there are enemy spawners too, and just about as many spikes in this room as you would see in Mega Man X6.
Although of note, those spikes do only deal 16 damage and not 60. Shoutouts to first-time players that had a very hard time escaping that room.
Yep, been there. Many, many years ago.
So we're pretty rapidly running out of options for progression here. Keep your fingers crossed, because once we're done here, the next best option is wreck ship, and my way to get there is not pretty.
Yep, and what he is referencing is a continuous wall jump, which in this case requires a frame-perfect jump into a wall jump that has a 2-frame window. It is difficult and disgusting at the same time.
This is one of the things that I argue shouldn't be in hard logic, but Total won't listen to a word I say.
On the powder. Now, when we get back to Link to the Past, that powder is going to help turn anti-fairies into fairies. Struggle with dead rocks on Death Mountain. Not after that. Oh, and look at that, a first try Spore Spawn skip. You love to see it.
Yeah, there are a few pixels that work. It's just about learning what pixels work. So what that is it skips a mini boss called Spore Spawn by positioning a super missile in such a point that it hits an off-screen block before despawning.
One of the best time saves you can learn in an any percent or hundo category. Now, what Raikou's doing here, he could hit this block, but he's lining up for a wave gate glitch using a super
Oh, that's a bailout item.
Got it first try, and stop. It's hammer time.
I don't know why I did that. I have Wave Beam.
Oh, you were doing that to show off what hard logic can expect with high jump.
Nice casual wave gate.
So, yeah, it all worked out. That is something that you could have been required to do in hard logic. And as chat says, do it for the swag.
So we can get to Magic Bat now.
Yep, and that was one of 2 items that were gating that check. The other one being Mirror, but you'd also need Dark World access for that particular way. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking of a couple seeds where Hammer was at Magic Bat.
So I think our next check will be Red Tower, and this is the reason why I checked Spazer before.
Now, Hero Shot is still possible here, but it's so much easier to just drop a Power Bomb and get those Rippers out of the way, because otherwise, trying to wall jump through traffic is a hassle.
Also, can we not get Vileplume, please?
Yeah, we call that getting Vileplume after a Grass Poison type Pokemon from the Generation 1 games, and series staple, I might add.
Of course.
That, speaking of Vileplume...
That room can be frustrating.
Yeah, it really can confirm. That room's so much easier when you have Screw Attack. And
Oh, it is. Screw Attack in general is just really welcome. Holy energy! Just,
well,
wow.
very healthy seed.
It is. So I think what I'm going to do is go check the moat and then go to the village, because Magic Bat is kind of sus right now, if you ask me.
I would agree. Besides, it's something that is not a frame-perfect jump into two-frame wall jump.
Progress in this seed is definitely slower than it should be. Definitely slower than average progression, but we have a lot of stuff we're one item away from doing in Zelda, so once the seed picks up, it's really going to pick up.
Indeed, some randomizer seeds are like this, where you're just at one item away from being able to do X, Y, Z, and once that item X, Y, or Z hits, I'm going to tell you that business is going to pick up.
I have a pretty strong feeling about... Magic Bat right now.
What would be the most ideal item to get right now?
Probably Mirror. Because Mirror gets us a glove.
Not only that, access the Tower of Hera, which is a crystal dungeon, which is required to beat the game, and we can beat it with
Oh,
Hammer.
wait a second. Wait a second. I have a bottle, too.
As this is really a 2-for-1 special.
That's why I held off on coming back here, because I wanted another excuse to get back here. You might also notice we're still swordless.
And it's worth noting that shields are progressive, which is a very nice touch. I like it. The red shield is able to block fireballs, and that does help against a couple of bosses.
Okay, Magic Bat. Is my instinct right?
Survey says...
No. Where do you want me to go? Oh, there's... Oh, I know where I should go. There's those 2 Ice Beam checks I never did. I should go do those. Ice Beam and Crumble Shaft, I never did that.
which is expected in hard logic as a Hell Run plus Mockball.
But we have 10 E-tanks, so health is not going to be a concern. Oh, this mockball's a lot harder than the previous one.
Yeah, you have a shorter ceiling to jump through, and
there we go.
A shorter window.
So what a mockball is if you morph right away after what is it? If you morph right before touching the ground, you'll be able to preserve your running speed.
Yeah, the hand motion that some runners will do is they'll do a quarter circle clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which way they're going. It's much like shooting off a Hadouken in Street Fighter.
It's not here. Lovely.
And chat pointing out it's as you're hitting the ground, not before. Because if you do it early, you lose your momentum. You do it late, and Sam is just standing up, and you're wondering what happened.
Alright, I do have a couple more options. They're not great, but I do have a couple of options still. I'm gonna try the Moon Pearl, I'm gonna try the waterfall.
Yeah, with the Moon Pearl, we're now able to do this fake flipper into the waterfall.
Don't ask why it works, it just does. You specifically need Moon Pearl for this to work.
Yeah, it's one of the more interesting nuances of the game. Now, here's another nuance. If Raikou were to somehow fill a heart container here, he'd be right back in the fake flipper state.
Ha! Okay, that's a bailout and a half.
That sometimes the out of logic checks in this rando in such massive dividends, and that is one of them because that gives us our Dark World access. Again, out of logic, but Dark World access all the same. Now that does lead me to wonder where those flippers were. If I had to guess, probably wrecked ship.
Could be. It could very well be. The only other place that's in logic, actually, is X-Ray. And getting to X-Ray with this item set requires some gymnastics. But I tell you what, I am breathing the biggest sigh of relief right now. Because, like, good lord.
Yeah, that is a major sigh of relief because the amount of damage boosting off enemies, mind you, that you have to do to get there is rather gross. And I want to say it's like a 4 or 5 frame window per damage boost off an enemy.
It's not actually a damage boost. The logic to get there is bombs.
Bombs? Okay. I'm just so used to seeing runners damage boost like crazy to get there. It's stuff you'd see like, I'm trying to think, Oats and Goats, Zosti, folks who are way better at the game than me.
You can either do an HBJ or there's a couple ways you can do it. You can HBJ, which is a horizontal bomb jump, or you can do a vertical bomb jump, but you have to start your vertical bomb jump from spikes, which is a lot more difficult because the spikes are boosting you all over the place when you're trying to line up the bomb jump. And for that to be in logic, you need either 5 energy tanks or 3 energy tanks and Varia suit.
And I've got an update from one of our mods that if we hit 5250 in donations, this is one that some folks are gonna like. I know I like it. Is that CC will beat Persona 5 Royal on stream. I've played that game. I can tell you that is very much worth that number and then some.
Oh, those games are hard. I love Atlas RPGs myself, but I can vouch for that goal being very well worth donating for. Those games are incredibly difficult.
Well, not just incredibly difficult, but also a very incredible story. One that I could feel on a personal level myself. That's when you know that the story's good, when you can feel it. And I could truly feel that one. So yeah, it's definitely worth donating for. And then some. So, what are you waiting for, chat? Donate now!
Oh, Atlas stories in general are just fantastic.
And while you're doing those donations, make sure you're putting them towards Kill the Animals. We want to save those frames.
We do. It's gonna take a lot of work, though. Last time I checked, save is pretty far ahead.
Yep, save is still over twice the amount that Kill has, so Kill's got some work to do, and I want to see it. I know you guys can do it.
I've seen chat do some crazy stuff.
Okay, so Moldorm... Alright, want to talk about all the different ways Moldorm can misbehave? Not today.
Yeah, actually, Moldorm behaved rather nicely. Now, there's a reason we call this boss Trolldorm, and that's because you can get just bullied right off the platform the moment you jump down to the arena. There's not much you can do when that happens, but where you don't want to get knocked down is the center hole, because if you get knocked down there, that's a drop of 2 floors.
That is. What's over here on the island? On the island is nothing. Oh, dead rocks.
Yeah, dead rocks are quite annoying to deal with.
Worst enemy in the
game. If you hit them with a sword or a hammer, they just get bumped away and they stop moving. And the only way to get past them is to wait for them to start moving again. Unless you throw magic powder or use the Quake Medallion to turn them into a form that can be destroyed.
Hammer as primary weapon is another thing that trips up a lot of new players.
Yeah, it's certainly a thing.
The hammer hitbox has a different size depending on what angle you face when you're using it. And the hitbox is off of the center of Link's sprite, so it can be very difficult to use it unless you're overly familiar with just how the hammer hitbox works.
Also, that was a very timely bomb drop from the mini Moldorm that you got. Otherwise, you would have had to visit a shop to buy bombs. Oh, hi, Magic Cape.
That was a very timely everything. Wow.
Wow, are you kidding me? With luck like that, play the lottery! Because you got a fairy drop and piece of heart right when you needed it.
Okay, I think it's Dark World time now.
Chat's pointing out that earlier there was a sword in the library, so that might be worth getting before that point, because swordless blind can be frustrating.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware. That's... Also, hey, Rai, remember you have a flute. I swear, this thing is the ladder of... The early flute is the early ladder of Z1R. You just forget you have it.
You're saying that to somebody who forgot they had one glove and went into Pennant Pod thinking they needed just one glove to get to the other side. Nope, they find Titan's mitts. And as a result of that, I'm like, oh, wait, what? It's like, oh yeah, I did have a glove. Not the most embarrassing thing to forget, but it is a thing that can happen. You can have a forget something.
Let's go back to the village then. Now we're gonna hit up Dark World. So then we can get the rest of the dungeon intel, which is really important. That way we'll be able to know what we're actually looking for to finish the game.
And depending on the dungeon setup that we have, will determine what we need. And we're basically going to be needing a lot to finish the game, just because there's one other pendant in the Dark World that we do not have accounted for yet.
Okay, so it's... Pod. Pod is the pendant. Oh, good lord. That's actually really bad. This bow hunt could be very interesting now.
Yeah, so as a result of where the pennant layout is, being Pod and Eastern, there's a chance that the bow winds up in the basement of Ganon's tower.
Oh, that is no fun when that happens. Just no fun at all. We also don't have any mail upgrades yet. Those have decided not to show up.
Now those can still show up here. Now, if hard logic were also having an effect on Link to the Past Rando, I don't think those mail upgrades would show. Because your max, you'd be capped at 14 hearts with no mail upgrades.
Nothing acquired. Shoutouts to Metroid Prime Randomizer.
That does look like a fun rando, I just don't have a means of playing it yet.
So, I would go and check one other location in that dungeon, but with Cane of Samaria not having shown up yet, there's a location that I could check now, but it's a real pain to do without the red cane, so I'm going to leave it for now. And half of the checks that are remaining are fire rod locked.
That is Bumper Cave that Raikou just previewed. You need the magic cape to get through it, and you don't even have to have the hook shot to get to the end of it. You just need the cape.
Actually, come to think of it, with the items I have, I can actually just full clear North Dark World. Remember when I said that the mirror was the best thing I could find? This is why. Mirror opens up just a truckload of things.
And a whole new way of routing, I might add. Like, if you want to finish, say, it could be applicable with this seed. Mire and Desert back-to-back, Mirror makes that very possible, very viable, and it saves a truckload of time compared to going to those dungeons individually in each world.
But, until I find until I find blue mail, I will take any health I can get. Green mail, Dark World dungeons is not fun.
Can confirm that can get very rough very quickly.
That is not what I intended to do. More ammo's good. We don't have charge beam yet.
Absolutely, and while it's on my mind, once you have a minimum of 30 super missiles, you have enough to use that amount to take down Ridley if you get each shot. Now for Mother Brain, on the other hand, you need twice that amount.
And now that we have a glove, we can clean out the back of the castle, which is probably a pretty good idea, considering this is glove-locked.
That is some very good routing of that whole section. Too bad it didn't pay out for anything but missiles.
Once you get to a certain point in the game, more regular missiles generally aren't useful. Especially if you have a healthy super count. I've definitely regretted not picking up a lot of normal missiles when just supers have been really hard to find. Later on in the game, you can get into a situation called ammo mode, which could still come up for us. Until you find charge beam, you have to think about ammo mode too. Ammo mode is where you have everything you need to beat the game except for either charge beam or the requisite amount of ammo to defeat Mother Brain. Mother Brain has 18,000 HP, so that requires 60 super missiles worth of ammunition.
That also includes the ammunition you need to destroy the Zebatites, especially if you don't have a means of doing Zeb skip, or you flat out can't get it to work. I would be in the latter camp of that, admittedly. But that just goes to show how difficult it is to do.
All the super missiles are starting to turn up. So I'm getting a little bit more relief. And if I need to, there's also a super missile at Rumble Shaft I can go grab. I haven't forgotten about that. So my stance on Pendant Thieves is how deep you go is determined by the number of items that you find in the front. However, this is a green pendant, so I am a little bit more inclined to complete this dungeon.
Yeah, personally, green pendant, I'm always inclined to be. It's tough to keep me out of those dungeons unless my route takes me away from it. But in this instance where the route takes you to it, this is actually a good play because Thieves Town has 4 items by itself.
Also, pay attention.
3 in the front.
Also, this is the first dungeon where I pretty routinely get bunny beams, so pay attention to the sprite. Oh wait, Master Sword.
Yeah, so there was value to be had here. Nice.
I'm gonna keep going. There's still 3 items live. But yeah, pay attention to my sprite. This is why this is my favorite sprite in A Link to the Past. And because you didn't get to see the Bunny Beam sprite from the side, I will say this. When you get Bunny Beamed in the sprite, Link turns into a Subrosion, which is a really nice touch. Just shoutouts to all the sprite developers in general. I know I said it, but I just need to reiterate how amazing every single sprite of the hundreds that are available. This community has made just an incredible amount of sprite work for this game.
Absolutely, and in the credits of A Link to the Past Randomizer now, they include the credit of who made the sprite that you played with.
Hi. I'm sure that would trip some people up. That's the hook shot.
Wow. Now that is going to have a lot of usage later on down the road, which right now it is unfortunate that we don't have flippers because that's the only thing stopping us from being able to full clear Swamp Palace.
Well, I can't get into Swamp Palace yet because we're still missing flippers, but I have everything other than flippers. And if you've watched me play in other events or even tournaments, you should know how much I like Swamp Palace. I take all kinds of heat for this. So anybody who doesn't like Swamp Palace, I take your heat.
And we found the Bloomerang.
But with this item loadout, blind should not be an issue. Blind is probably the most important boss to remember, whether or not you have an invincibility item.
Absolutely, and there's other nuances to blind to remember. Is that the way blind works is that the way the boss reacts is that it's on a script, so if you make the same moves at the same time each time you fight blind, you're going to get consistent results.
Also, this menu is awkward. Can get out, like, my...
Yeah, there are some menus in this that are just... The menuing in a random seed gets weird. Also, invincibility items, or in this case, invisibility items, really help make the fight a lot easier.
Oh, it does. If you're under-geared for this dungeon, it is very easy to get killed. And this is one of the reasons why Inverted is an advanced mode for Link to the Past Randomizer, because Inverted mode likes to put progression on blind.
And it also likes to put progression in that one location you did not know to in Skull Woods, known as the Skull Woods Big Key Chest.
I don't like going there without Cane of Samaria specifically. It's not required for that room, but it helps out a ton. So the next order of business is going to be going along this big South Dark World loop. I don't have Titan's Mitts, which is restricting this a lot. Gold Gloves block a lot of stuff in Dark World.
Yeah, it blocks 3 dungeons, plus some overworld checks. And yes, well, you can use Titan...
Oh, that's what I was looking for.
Oh, nice. Grapple Beam. Now, that is going to make what Raikou has to do in Super Metroid a heck of a lot easier.
No CWJ!
Absolutely.
Although I am very curious. Oh, hey, Ice Rod. Don't have to hunt for that. I am very curious that we do as a precaution. We do have one of our 2 commentators with a spoiler log in case something happens, but we shouldn't need it.
Now, it's worth noting that in A Link to the Past Rando, and sometimes SMZ3, a seed will come down to an Ice Rod hunt. So, anytime you don't have to hunt for an item that can be anywhere except in the hands of Trinex is a massive relief.
But I am very curious to see if CWJ was logically required for this seed. Thankfully, there was a way around it, because that is not fun to do. I can do it, it's just not fun.
Agreed. Also, shout-outs to Dr. Bob Pasnick. I was referencing acapella tune he once came up with involving the ice rock. It's on SoundCloud.
Oh, hi, that's a bow. I don't have to worry about that anymore.
So for once, it's actually a hype cave.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So I have a few options. It would be pretty convenient for me to do Eastern Palace and Pod right now, but they're both pendants. So I think the play is gonna be to go to Wreck Ship now. Which I think I'm gonna do after I check Catfish. So Catfish is a check that... Oh, hey, Spazer. That can stay there.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we just got a $200 donation from Aunt Jane that says,
Woo!
"Great job, team."
Woo!
Thank you so much for your generosity.
That's awesome. Great stuff. Thank you so very much. So Catfish is one of those checks that bears special mentioning because of how far out of the way it is. It's very far. Of note, Grapple is also more Suitless Meridia components, which I'm a little bit worried about. Hey, I have mail!
Welcome.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn in this pendant now while it's burning in my head. I'm not actually gonna go into Potter Eastern Palace right now, but I am gonna go ahead and turn in this green pendant because it's just burning in my mind right now. If I don't do it, it's gonna be just on my mind for the rest of the night. But I am gonna go to Wreck Ship after this. There's no real reason not to.
Wow, as if you needed any more reason to go to Wreck Ship.
Really? I'm gonna have to have some words with people after this one, because this is not my idea of a good marathon seed. How does this happen every single time?
The question is, are you having the same person vet the seeds? Just saying.
I can't say.
Okay, that's fair. I just thought I'd ask, just because I was curious. Now, Space Jump is going to take out the need for having to do IVJs. Unfortunately, that reduces Grapple Beam to being a Suitless Meridia piece, as well as something to get to Shack Tool.
But no, having not to do continuous wall jump is just so relieving. Those of you familiar with the new Super Metroid Any % route, that's how you do Fantoon first. Getting to Fantoon as your first boss requires you to do that. But thankfully with the Space Jump, Space Jump is one of my favorite movement items in the game. I still like High Jump more, but Space Jump is one of the most powerful movement items in the game. You can basically go anywhere with it.
Absolutely, and if Gravity Suit were to show up, then you could basically do most of Meridia. I mean, you can't do Batu yet because you need Ice Beam or Speed Booster.
Flippers would get me there too. Flippers would get me there via Zelda.
Yeah, the portal he's referring to is on the Dark World side of the map, where you would get the ice beam in the Light World. Not a location you would typically go to.
Alright, you stupid ghost. Can you behave? So, this ghost is the reason why Super Metroid is the game on Speedruns Live with the highest quit rate.
Those fireballs will do 40 damage to Raikou as he doesn't have a suit.
I have a lot of health, though.
And you're gonna get one of 3 potential movement patterns.
Okay, so the amount of time that it takes Phantoon to spawn is RNG, the amount of time that it takes for Phantoon to open his eye is RNG, and the amount of time that Phantoon leaves his eye open is also RNG. So this is on purpose. This just makes the fight more... It makes the fight slower, but a little more consistent.
Yeah, hitting a Phantoon's eye with a super missile will do 600 damage to the boss. However, it sends the boss into an enraged state, which lasts for about, 20 seconds per?
Somewhere between 15 and 20. He kind of arced over me there, but now he should be in super missile range. He's pretty red.
Yep, and it's not red from embarrassment, it's red from anger.
Bye, Phantoon.
There are a lot of strats for dealing with this boss. There's X Factor, which I hit once.
I don't have charge beams, so I couldn't even do X Factors.
But charge would have enabled a very powerful charge wave plasma shot that, after hitting the missiles, that would do a pretty big amount of damage and speed the fight up considerably.
Oh, Phantoon only has 2,500 HP, and charge wave plasma does 750 damage. So with just a few extra missiles, you can 3-round Phantoon with just charge shots. Back here. We are up to 12 energy tanks. That's very noteworthy. If Charge Beam shows up, we might have something on our hands. And it's something I would love to showcase if possible, but it's also very nerve-wracking, to say the least.
Speaking of nerve-wracking, Spiky Room of Death without a suit.
Oh yeah, this spike room is terrifying if you don't have this much health. Because water. Because all these spike platforms in this room, if you get caught underneath one of these spike platforms, it does 200 damage. This is also not the recommended way to... Yep. Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, if you can't go through the platform, you take a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's 200 damage with no suit. And that's what Spiky Death Room can do. That bottle can stay there. I already have 2, I don't need any more.
And that's why Raikou saved before heading that way.
Fine, I guess that clip won't cooperate.
Yeah, what Raiko was trying to do was a clip through the floor, which looks really cool and saves a bit of time.
Oh, it's so cool looking. It's one of my favorite clips in the game. Plasma makes this room nice and easy, but there is one item that makes that room even easier, and that's Screw Attack. Screw Attack for Attic is such a nice room, or such a nice item to have. By the way, did I mention that every single room in Super Metroid has a name?
Yeah, just about all the rooms in the game have their own names.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this. Powerbomb count's a little bit low for what I'm thinking about, though. But if I can get up to 35 powerbombs by the time we hit late game, that might be one less item I need for Go Mode. And you give me the chance to do it, I'm gonna do it.
And I know exactly what he's talking about.
I need to take high jump off for this. These mid-morphs are really annoying to do without with high jump on.
Yeah, you have a lot less time to do them.
Oh hey, more super missiles I won't be getting. Wonder where Speed Booster's at.
Ganon's Tower. Tappa.
Probably. Unfortunately, we're going to be taking the scenic route here because I'm missing a lot of items needed to do this.
You just need Space Jump to be able to fly up and then shoot to see.
Right, I have Space Jump. Duh. This is what these do to your mind, by the way.
Yep, the seed bleed is, as we call it in the community, can be very real at times. It's pretty much all of us from time to time.
Alright. So that powerbomb tank lets us perform 2 crystal flashes, if need be. Time to go bowling.
And if Raiko does what I think he's going to do, if he gets the chance to do it, then those 2 crystal flashes are going to be very important.
I think the best option from here is probably to go to Eastern Palace and Pod. That's the densest area I have left. But I think it would be a wise idea to hit the X-ray location too, because Space Jump makes that nice and easy.
And nice and fast too. Now that power bomb placement saves Raiko from having to set a second power bomb.
I am also extremely worried that Gravity Suit has not showed up yet.
Hey, more supers. You were gonna grab those anyway.
Oh yeah. I have a pretty healthy amount of supers now. There's a lot of really nice stuff that's still missing. Beyond required items even, just niceties are missing.
Now there's one nicety for a Link to the Past that would be nice to see.
It might actually be better to route.
Be half magic.
I think it would be better to route X-ray around next time I go to Death Mountain, maybe. I do have a check I can do there. Yeah, I think that's going to end up being faster to do it this way. But Pod and Eastern is just the right call. There's so much to do there.
And then at that point, something else that'll get chat hyped up opens up.
Yep. And I have the mirror, too. Mirror is another thing that I was really waiting for before doing these dungeons. Because in Palace of Darkness, mirror saves roughly 1 million hours. I'll just put it that way.
You know what doesn't save 1 million hours? Saving the animals. Let's get some donations in for Kill. We want to speed this along.
Now, to build off what Raiko was saying, without Mirror and Pod, you are doing quite a bit of death warping.
Routing this dungeon is incredibly complicated if you don't have a full loadout for it. The route for this dungeon is pretty standard if you have everything, and by everything I mean mirror bow and hammer.
Yep.
But if you don't have those items, then the route gets quite complicated. One mirror use. Even in NMG, which is just the regular Link to the Past speedrun, you use the mirror in this dungeon a lot. Pegasus boots also impact the routing. There's one instance where the Pegasus boots are very helpful. We're going to be coming up on that soon.
As if they're not already helpful enough with moving things along quickly.
Oh, it does. This room in particular is really cool with Pegasus boots. It's nice and fast. Oh, right side big key.
Don't see that every day.
So one thing that's important about learning how to route this dungeon is that there are a minimum of 4 small keys in the front. So if you pay attention to the number of chests you've opened, you can often deduce whether a treasure chest has a small key in it, and you can skip it. Because the key logic has to assume that you use your small keys in the least efficient way possible. So there are a lot of restrictions on where keys can be in this dungeon. And now we're gonna mirror again. This should put it into perspective of how much time having the mirror saves in here. It saves time in other dungeons as well, but this is the one where it's most noteworthy.
Because without Mirror, you'd be setting up a lot of death warps.
And if you have a lot of hearts or a lot of defense, it might not even be efficient to do a death warp. You might just need to backtrack. So the rest of these chests will tell us whether the chest to the south beyond that locked door has a small key. If neither of these two chests have that small key, then the small key is there and we don't have to open it. Unfortunately, we do. Something's got to turn up soon.
Yep, that it does. Now this room is known as the Dark Maze, because without the lamp you wouldn't be able to see a thing. And there are Kodongos shooting fire everywhere.
Oh, this room takes so much practice to do without a lamp.
Oh, hey, we've now accounted for all 4 bottles. I has 3. So we know the map is on the boss, but because the pedestal is in play, Raikou's going ahead to beat the boss anyway, because with pedestal in play, we could get something there that is required.
The fact that Pet is opened this soon is a sign. But I really hope
for a blind ped pull, am I right?
Janice, that is correct. We do have enough ammo to finish the game. Also, I do want to give a shout out to just all the support in chat tonight. You've been wonderful.
Absolutely. Hear, hear.
I don't know why I'm using swords on these guys. Hammer is just faster.
Yeah, unfortunately, when these turtles get back up, they start running around real fast. And in the last NMG tournament, it was known as a turtle party room.
That room is so difficult to optimize. I think that's one of the most difficult rooms to optimize in the entire game.
Yeah, for A Link to the Past, I would agree, and I think I've only hit that optimal once in all my years of playing this game. It goes to show how difficult it is. And now we get a bit of RNG from Helmasaur King. He spat one fireball out, which is not nice. Swords charged, so that Raikou's constantly facing the boss. And now that the mask is off, all it's going to take is one well-played silver, and that'll do it.
Did I also mention that silver arrows are just egregiously overpowered in this game?
Well, they're about as overpowered as the light arrows are in the Wind Waker, but that's a story for that game.
To give you an idea of just how strong they are, the Master Sword slashes do, for most enemies, 2 damage, Tempered 4 damage, Gold Sword 8 damage, Silver Arrows do 100 damage. So I think after I clear this out, I'm just gonna immediately blind pull Ped and then go to probably Spite Cave and X-Ray. If this is a blind Ped pull seed, we are going to have some words.
I think the last thing I blind pulled from Ped was half magic. And I just looked at that and I'm like, well, fine, I'm okay with this, but this is not required.
It's not what you want to see. It's nice.
And it wound up being nice because 2 swords were in Ganon's tower. Which, for context, a Master Sword Trinex fight without half magic is not fun.
But unfortunately, without Gravity Suit, or Ice Beam, or Spring Ball, we can't really do too much in Super Metroid. Not at this point. Alright, so that's all the pendants.
Hey, can we get some hype in chat for a blind pedestal pull?
Yeah, please get your pedestal emotes in chat. I can't believe I'm doing this. But everything for it was available so early, it just makes way too much sense for it to be here.
I had a tournament qualifier like this once, and it was the right play. Will it be the right play today? We're about to find out.
Not that way. Alright. Alright, keep your fingers crossed.
Survey says...
Of course it's 20 bucks. Okay, let's go do Spike Cave. Chat's loving it, though. That's what matters.
True that, but... that... Wow.
What a bait.
That was a bait, and sometimes you just, in a rando, it just happens where the bait gets you. Ah well, so it goes.
Who knew that the legendary treasure that required 3 pendants to acquire was just a crisp $20 bill?
Okay, let's do Spike Cave now. This is another location that just gets people. This location is such a pain in the butt to check, and Titan's Mitts can be here, too.
Yeah, progression can easily be here. And I could tell stories of races where that was here. Wow.
Seriously. Well, to Swamp Palace we go.
Well, I appreciate the Rage Bomb, as does another player of this game and another randomizer creator. Shoutouts to the one and only F. Coughlin, aka Fred.
That is also not the first location that has been Rage Bombed, just so you're aware.
Because, again, shoutouts to F. Coughlin, because he's the one who really started the Rage Bomb trend.
So that is the only location. That is the only location on Dark Death Mountain that you can access without Titan's Mitts. Which is why it's a royal pain to check.
Now, I do like this play into Swamp Palace because now you're in a dungeon where there's 6 items total. So the likelihood of finding some sort of progression here is actually pretty good because we still have the Fire Rod, the Cane of Samaria, and the Titan's Mitts out there for A Link to the Past. For Super Metroid, we have both suits and Speed Booster out for grabs. Something's got to show up here, I would think.
Of note, those flippers do actually give us access to some Meridia checks, but it's really risky to do that because my access to Meridia is one way. With my current item set, I cannot get back. I also don't have the red cane, so I have to do this dungeon the regular way. This has been a wild one.
SMZ3 has a tendency of being wild in its own way, and hard logic can be extremely wild.
There's certainly been a lot of it. Wait, can I just get a bailout gravity suit, please? I don't want to go to Meridia without it. I wouldn't even mind, like, Ice Beam at this point. Ice Beam would make the Meridia stuff a lot easier.
You don't have the cane, so don't flood the key.
Yep.
For God's sake.
Yep, don't flood the key, don't flood the key, don't flood the key.
Now, the reason Raikou referenced Red Cane and having to do this normally is that within the past year, new tech was found called Diver Down, which uses the Cane of Samaria in a way to allow Link to dive down into the water as if it weren't there.
Yeah, it's sweet looking. What you do during that is you use a Cane of Samaria block to clip into a rail, and then jump off of the back side of the rail, and Link winds up being on the wrong layer, and it saves quite a bit of time. There's another place you can do it in this dungeon as well, and I'll point it out when we get there.
Which is not the only application for Cane of Samaria to do something busted in this game.
Oh yeah, Cane of Samaria is called the Glitch Cane for a reason. Turrets, go back to Zelda 1, please.
And they're
Left side
that
big key,
annoying.
of course.
And they're that annoying in Zelda 1. Hey, that's a French vanilla big key. It's one off on the... It's on its correct side of the dungeon. Oh, look, another energy tank.
That's 13 tanks, if I have my count correct.
With this amount of energy tanks, I'm starting to think this is starting to feel more like a hundo run.
Not there. If you have the Cane of Samaria, you can avoid pushing the statue onto the block.
It's a diver down that gets you 2 chests that Raikou is going to have to go to the intended way. It's unfortunate, but sometimes randomizers like that.
Where are these gold gloves at? That's the thing that I want most, probably most right now is gold gloves. They're not there. Very quickly running out of locations in Swamp Palace. And of note, this is a red crystal, which, if we can get the other red crystal that's in Ice Palace, that will open up 2 more locations. But unfortunately, without gold gloves, we are not going to be able to go anywhere near Ice Palace.
Not only a lack of Titan's mitts, you need either the Fire Rod or the Bombos.
Right, neither one of those.
Ice Palace. And yes, Fire Rod can be on Cold Stare. I have had Siege where that's happened. Now here we have Argus. The idea of this fight is to pull each of the puffs off and either perform 2 slashes on each with the Master Sword, or do a spin attack to deal with the puffs. And now we get phase 2.
Or if you want to be a meme lord, you can do menu strats.
Yeah, back even with quick swap, it's if you are swordless, you do have to do menu strats for this boss.
Alright, so that's done. X-ray. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a look at X-ray. Since we have space jump now, X-ray is gonna be super easy.
Not to mention a lot faster.
If there's nothing at X-ray, I don't think we have a choice. Yeah, I think if it's not at X-ray, we don't have a choice. So hopefully it's just there and not in Meridia. Because if it's Meridia, then it's more happy, fun time, hard logic. And Meridia without gravity suits specifically is why the estimate for this for hard logic is higher. Is specifically that reason.
Yes, because suitless Meridia is significantly slower compared to Meridia is intended.
And water physics in general are just a huge pain in the butt. Welp.
And the game has pretty much just all but confirmed it.
Yup. We suitless Meridia, boys. We can get pretty deep into Meridia, actually, so that's probably an even worse sign, because now there's more locations that it can be at, since now we can spring ball jump. Fun!
I'll let you explain the spring ball jump, because it is a hard logic exclusive trick, although I can tell one story about it that has been told to me. There was the SMZ3 community does races, 2 races every week. 1 normal logic weekly, 1 hard logic weekly. Spring ball jump is something that can be required in hard logic. And right now, the setup is there for that to be required as part of Suitless Meridia. There was also one such weekly where that was required, where a spring ball jump was required to get up worst room in the game. That race had more forfeits than finishers.
So what you have to do a spring ball jump is go into your menu, turn spring ball on, or turn spring ball off, and then do a quick morph jump. And then if you morph quickly enough and you turn spring ball on, you will be able to do a second jump while in spring ball mode. And that is a way that you can traverse Meridia without gravity suit. Because obviously the vanilla game expects you to have gravity suit before going anywhere near Meridia. So I'm going to need to do another one here. Ah, that's so funny!
Oh, game, now Cam, now you're just being mean.
Can't
As
even-
well as a meme lord. Ice Beam would be another means for doing suicide. Titans Mitts too! Wow. Just wow.
Well then. That opens
why
up
do
like
I-
a billion things.
Yeah, this sea just really opened up. We just have to be able to do one more spring ball jump to get over there.
Well, this is what you donated for, everybody. I hope you're enjoying this mess.
Mess is a very nice way of putting it, I will admit. Although once we get gravity,
Also because we don't have any suits, those crabs do 120 damage.
Yeah, you thought the crabs in A Link to the Past hurt? Those crabs say, just watch this.
Also of note, the screw attack item is now in logic.
And the reason that is in logic is through a portal in the Misery Mire area.
There are going to be a couple more locations down here that I'm going to check before I leave and do all the Titans Myths checks. I'm going to go check the Mama Turtle stuff.
From a time standpoint, this does make sense because now that we're finally seem to be getting somewhere in terms of the logic, there could still be something there, and Grapple Beam does at least make getting one of the items relatively easier. Oh yeah, with Plasma Beam, those pirates fall very easily.
Those pirates are super dangerous, by the way. They do 160 damage with no suit. So with my current item set, to get these items, we need a little help from Mama Turtle, but she really hurts.
Yeah, she hurts to begin with, even without that help.
Don't K-go through Mama Turtle, she does 200 damage. Nice!
Oh my... Well,
nice.
We're already here at Meridia, so, let's check out more stuff?
I guess we're gonna go clear Meridia now?
Well, chat wanted a good showcase of hard logic. We are getting it in 10 zones. And with this energy amount, there could be something more we see in the near future.
Yep. Just, what is going on? I think we're gonna pass this... We might have to pass this seat around a little bit afterward. This is something special.
Yeah, this is one that's going in... Oh, hey, that's the mirror shield, the final shield you can get in A Link to the Past.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I think this one goes into the Seeds folder in the SMZ3 Discord.
Alright, so now that we have Gravity Suit, navigating Meridia is gonna be significantly easier. I just cannot believe that the Gravity Suit was actually here. After all the other crap that I had to do to get here. Just...
On the...
Wow.
Well, all I'm gonna say is it's a good thing you did not fail before checking Mama Turtle, or else that would have been painful.
Oh yeah. Because if I didn't have gravity at this point, then the rest of the items I would have checked from the back of Meridia. I am going to check one thing here, though. There's another trick here that I would rather not do if I can avoid it. I'm kind of holding out for X-Ray. Because there's this thing called Snail Clip that is in Logic that will let you check those items without Speed Booster. Make sure okay, I did save. And one of the two items you can see ahead of time, one you can't. Alright, what do we have in the sand pits? Garbage.
I think chat's calling for the Super Metroid pedestal.
Oh, I'm going there. There's already been enough garbage in this seed.
With how much garbage there is, how about we add on some Buzzsaw Man Pants to the mix?
Yeah.
I've actually got a story about that one that I'm gonna tell when we get there.
Also of note, I can't actually get to Batuun this way, so if there's nothing at Shack Tool, oh hi, that's a Bombos medallion. That's Ice Palace access.
Yeah, we actually do need that.
That's actually all the medallions too, so we don't have to worry about medallions now.
Yeah, so what we need for medallions is entry into Misery Mire and Turtle Rock. We don't know what they are until we head there, which we were only able to get to rather recently.
Well, it doesn't matter now, because we have all three.
So yeah, once you get all three, it doesn't matter. You're able to get it in regardless.
Alright, everybody say hi to Shack Tool.
Now, the fun little story about Shack Tool is that a number of months ago, the collab group on YouTube, the Runaway Guys, had Chugga Conroy play through Super Metroid blind, as he had never finished the game. They get to this part, and Chugga Conroy calls Shack Tool Buzzsaw Man Pants. And in some folk parts of the TRG community, the name has managed to stick. And someone in said community even has a song for Shack Tool called Buzzsaw Man Pants, sung to the tune of Berejak.
Typical.
Because at the end of the day, only Chugga Conroy could come up with something as glorious as Buzzsaw Man Pants. That is also a shout out to my buddy Gunarm Dine, aka Dine, who would have sung that at that juncture, but I'm like, I'll just tell the story this time anyway. It's a good story, I like it.
Alright, so now that we have Titan's Bits, there's a whole bunch of stuff we can do. Like, a lot of stuff we can do. Including 2 dungeons.
Which is the big part here, because Desert Palace, it doesn't matter if boots are needed or not, we already got them, we can do that dungeon. Ice Palace might be the more prudent play, because that's the other 5-6 crystal, which would open up the Pyramid Fairy, giving us access to 2 more checks.
I'm gonna do Desert first. The reason why is because then, if I want to do Ice Palace, I'm actually going to want to route that after Meridia. But while we're on Death Mountain, there's these 6 Death Mountain checks I can do. That's probably the most dense location we have left. There is a small amount of Turtle Rock that is accessible. Or no, there's not. We don't have Canis Maria. I was thinking if we had Red Cane, there would be a small amount of Turtle Rock that would be accessible, but we could get Fire Rod locked out at any time. But that's neither here nor there because we do not have the red cane.
And hovering all of Turtle Rock just...
That doesn't even help you. Oh hey, that Bombos medallion in the sand pit was required.
So it's already paying dividends.
What a Meridia that was.
What a play that was.
But there is nothing we can do in Turtle Rock right now until we get Red Cane. But we do have 6 checks over here.
And this first set of checks is in Super Bunny Cave, which you can access with just Titan's Myths if you can get over here. You have to go a longer, more intended route through this cave, but the way it works...
14 tanks.
Wow, just wow. But yeah, the way the cave works is you get into a Super Bunny state where Link can open checks, hence the name. A couple of checks you can potentially make out of logic if you get over here with Titan's Myths and no Moon Pearl. Doesn't always happen, not every seed's like that, but it is something that could potentially
That's nice.
happen.
That's a nice find.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Tempered Sword, Third Sword, truly makes dealing with bosses in A Link to the Past a lot more palatable.
Right. Tempered is a good find. But now I think we go do the Mire Shed and Desert. Mire Shed and Desert, and then Ice and Meridia. Ice and the rest of Meridia, probably. Not checking the Mire requirement because it's not relevant.
I mean, there's still 2 items you can get out of Mire, but it doesn't really matter.
Never mind. I guess we're doing Mire.
Screw Attack and Cane of Samaria.
Those are items.
That was a pickup and then some. So I guess we're doing Mire and Desert back to back.
We are. This seed has quite the sense of humor. I will say that much. Okay. Now I can actually get that item in Aqueduct.
Charge Beam, where are you?
Well, not just Charge Beam, but the X-Ray Scope is important because now we can get the item in Aqueduct, the one that we would snail clip for, much easier.
Yeah, without X-Ray, snail clip is significantly harder.
Just... what is going on?
I have lost track of what's going on with this seed.
I also have to remember on my way out of here to check Screw Attack. There's also just advocation for doing Desert before Mire because of one reason, that first room. Sword Beams help out so much for that room. I feel that is the single most important room to have Sword Beams in the entire game. They're so helpful.
Yeah, it's one of the most important ones. Dropping into Pod Basement on the road to the boss, that's another good one to have Sword Beams for. But it's really, really immensely helpful for Mire too, because then you can just blast whiz ropes from across the room.
Nice Godmire when I'm not in go mode, thanks.
Godmire in go mode, game knows.
No, it's more Godmire not in go mode. So I'm still looking for roughly 11,000 things.
Because for Link to the Past go mode, we need the Fire Rod. And I think you can clear the game with what you got for SM. You'd have to do what is known as a Grand Hell Run.
Yeah, I think you're actually right. All we're looking for is Fire Rod. And of course, Faria Suit. But who knows where that is. This room is such a pain in the butt without Fire Rod.
It really is. Like, you can do this block setup in one cycle with Lamp, but the timing is not very easy.
Okay, there we go. Barely, but we got it.
The important thing is you got it.
But we're gonna start knocking these dungeons out real quick. We can do 3 dungeons back to back to back. And then also Dragon.
So in reality, that's 4.
Right, because Ice 2. Or, no, it's... Is it? Because it's these 2? Yeah, it is 4, because of... Dragon. But I have to do Dragon before I do... I have to do Dragon before I do, Ice. So it's really just a Fire Rod hunt.
Which is interesting and amusing in the sense that typically it's the other rod that draws the hunts.
That's both the items. All the rest of the chests in this dungeon are keys. But because I don't have a key for the door, I am gonna have to go around here. Boy, when do you ever use this warp in Randomizer?
Go mode when the big key is vanilla or in the other Firelock chest.
That's about it. It's pretty rare to actually use that chest. Or that warp. And with Silver Arrows, Vitreous is going to be super easy. Vitreous, if you have Silvers, is a joke.
When Vitreous holds Silvers, it can be very infuriating, especially if you inadvertently take a death to Vitreous, then come back and you see he's got that. There was some salt with that one.
Oh, there is nothing stopping Bo from being there either.
So with Silvers, you won't be seeing the NMG strat of walking into the muck and doing well-placed spins with Tempered Sword to rack up major damage in the eyeballs.
Well, no, if I had half magic, I would be doing dash strats. That's my favorite way to kill Vitreous.
That's also fun, I have to admit.
That's how much of a joke this boss is with Silver Arrows.
Yeah, it's basically, hello, don't get hit, goodbye.
To be fair, Vitreous does a lot of damage.
That's why I said don't get hit, because Vitreous hits like a freight train. So speaking of trains, how much hype would a donation train bring about, chat?
Yeah, now is a great time for donations. I am going to check the screw tack item, though. If I had Charge Beam, I would check... Golden Chorizo as well. Golden Chorizo is actually non-logic right now.
Because you don't have Charge Beam, I assume?
Varia. You can't be expected to fight Golden Chorizo without Varia. The screw attack item is the only item that is in logic in Lore and Orfair without Varia Suit. Everything else in Lore and Orfair has a hard Varia Suit requirement. Really hoping Charge Beam shows up.
Well, we definitely needed those boots for this.
Not gonna beat the dungeon without them. But now we're at the point where we're just gonna rush dungeons and hope the thing we need is on our path. When you get to late game, you want to prioritize areas that you have to go to finish the game anyway, such as your crystals or your Super Metroid bosses. So there will be one item on the right side, and having Mirror helps out a lot for this dungeon as well.
Yeah, it really does, because it saves on the backtracking, which when you have boots isn't really nearly as long as it would be otherwise, but still, you're saving yourself a good 40 seconds, I want to say. Just base movement. Oh yeah, that's the other item.
Right. Muscle memory is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, as it was mentioned earlier, muscle memory can be your worst enemy in a rando.
If you're talking about... Algernon has a question about the Lore and Orfair screw attack item being in logic. That is only in logic without Varia in hard, yes. Everything else in Lore and Orfair just requires it.
Yeah. Yeah, to build off of that, the Grand Hell Run, which you would do in Super Metroid RBO, which is exactly what it sounds like. Ridley is your first boss. You would be doing a Grand Hell Run, as well as Sulis Meridia into Dragon's Lair and escape. It's a very difficult category, but it is a delight to watch. And also, land molars are the boss of the Desert Palace. These things were also
They are not behaving.
And as Raikou said, they are not being nice.
So that whole area's done. What do I have left? Alright, I'm gonna go clear out Meridia. I'm gonna go clear out Meridia and then go to Ice Palace. And hopefully Fire Rod turns on. Because Fire Rod is really just the last thing we need.
Unfortunate bonk there from a cursed rock in the grass. That can happen sometimes in a Link to the Past, even in vanilla. Nothing you can do about that. That's all RNG.
I also would not mind one more pack of power bombs. Because that would give me 35.
Yep, that would be a third Crystal Flash if you were able to find one. Which would make any sort of Grand Hell run a bit more palatable, a bit easier.
But I need to do this first, because once I go into Ice Palace, I can't get out of Dark World. Oh, right, I have to actually go the long way, because I don't have Speed Booster.
Well, at least here, Spring Ball makes getting over these obstacles much easier. I mean, they're basically obstacles for all intents and purposes. That's actually a living
I'm gonna check that until afterward. Because I can go check the Aqueduct item after Dragon. Nope. I need to do a save after Dragon as well. Because I'm planning on coming back out going out of Meridia the way I came in.
Now,
So who's ready for some fried shrimp?
I was about to say, the Dragon fight, probably first couple times you played this game, Dragon was a daunting boss because of all the damage it did. Plus, only able to shoot his stomach with whatever. But the way Raikou's gonna do it is gonna make this boss look extremely trivial.
So now how many times is she gonna spank me? Apparently she is going to spank me a lot.
Because Dragon knows what's about to happen.
Dragon, can you stop spanking me, please?
Now there is a strat for setting up a faster method of shocking Dragon to death. I mean, it does cause some recoil damage to Samus, but Dragon lives in the water, and the electricity is just too much, and that is a very shockingly fast fight.
Okay, so that opens up a few things. But all of them are not gonna require, but it will be very advantageous for me to do a save up here.
To the right of this save is an energy recharge room if you need it, but Raikou's good with health, so he will not be needing it this time.
Because the next place I'm planning on entering Super Metroid from, there's gonna be a health recharge station. Oh boy. Well, I guess I'm not saving now. Or not using that save.
Yeah, so what that
mushroom
is a mushroom. That is a one-off check that, when turned in, does get another item at the potion shop in Hyrule. And that item could be what we need. It could be junk. We don't know.
This is the seed that never ends.
So, snail clip. Right goes to wait for the snail to get in position, so this is going to be a moment. But once the snail is in position, I'll let Raikou take it from here.
They need to get it in a correct place, and then... Come on. I don't think that's high enough. That should work. So, X-ray is kind of a broken thing. X-ray will let you stand up while you're morphed, regardless of where a wall may be. So you can stand up in ceilings and be able to jump through those. You can set that up without X-ray, but it's, I believe, pixel perfect.
Sounds about right.
I also should have taken the left sand pit to go pick up the power bomb, but at this point, no. So what I'm doing going back down this way is there is a Meridia pipe in the next room that I can go up to quickly get to Plasma Beam location, which is another location that's very far out of the way and the primary reason why I took the save. Because this is a very long backtrack.
Although in the vanilla game, this backtrack is worth it, because this is where you find the plasma beam in vanilla.
Oh yeah, plasma is such an amazing weapon. Typical. But we have to keep this because we found the mushroom. So now we'll go back down the pipe. And we're just really running out of locations where this fire rod could be.
Going back down the pipe, wouldn't it be faster to proceed through the usual Dragon exit?
Maybe. No. No, because this is why I went to Meridia first. Because now I can take the business center portal and then just loot to 8.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
That's why I did Meridia first. Because the original plan was to just reset from there, and my save point would put me as close to the portal as I could get. It would be a better option if we didn't have flute.
That just proves that the routing you take in this game is sometimes situational to what you have.
Oh, routing this game is so hard. I've written probably 80 pages or so of routing advice for this game, and I'm still not done. And that's the appeal of this randomizer, is just the routing is so complex that you can do hundreds of these and still not have routing figured out. So this is also of note. This is also of note that... Oh, I think I fired that too early.
Yep.
Oh, no, I didn't. Of note, this is also our second 5-6 crystal, so... Pyramid Fairy could have our Fire Rod. Or Varia Suit.
Or both.
Ice physics, please. Did I mention ice physics are terrible in this game?
Yeah, ice physics have never been fun in a Zelda game. I mean, if they have, let me know what game that is so I can get it right. Although it is fun to see how expressive Toon Link is in Wind Waker, I will admit to that.
So a lot just happened there, if you wouldn't mind. Another energy tank.
Yep, that's a trash can. So what that is the Icebreaker, another discovery of Canis Samaria found within the last year or so. And what that does is that it cuts the backtracking out of Ice Palace significantly. Prior to that, the real big trick you do in Ice Palace would be Ice Palace Bomb Jump. Icebreaker takes that and throws it right out the back.
Oh, Icebreaker saves 2 to 2.5 minutes on a full clear of Ice Palace. It completely changes the calculus for this dungeon.
Here's the second Freezor room, and there goes the second Freezor room, and there's 50 rupees.
Thankfully, we got Big Key early, so we don't have to backtrack for this. And then there's just one more check-in here before the boss.
This is known as Iced Tea.
How'd that pop miss? Oh, typical.
And with that discovery right there, as long as Raikou can pull off a grand hell run, we are in go mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to review my ammo situation, especially because this would be a chargeless grand hell run.
And for those not in the know, what is the difference between a standard hell run and one without charge, as you call it?
It's a lot more dependent on a pre-Ridley farm, which requires a lot better power bomb management. So there's going to be a lot more farming in Lower Norfair, unfortunately, but it's better than trying to search for Varia Suit, I think. But I'm not going to turn the Go Mode light on until after I have killed Ridley and escaped Lower Norfair. But I'm going to go for it, I think. I have to double check my ammo situation in SM, but I think I'm going to actually go for it. So this will be a real treat if you've never seen this before. I will just put it this way, do not try this at home.
What he said, because what he is about to attempt is a high degree of difficulty that requires a lot of skill. Emphasis on a lot.
I am going to go clear out Skullwoods first, though. Just in case we find, like, Varia or Charge in there. But if we don't find it, I'm going for it. Health isn't the issue at all. It's actually just ammo management. Because I think I have 11 and 4 reserves.
That's 15 total.
And energy tanks after 15 do not help. Because a Crystal Flash only restores 1500 energy. The hardest part by far is just the Ridley fight.
right there, Raiko, demonstrating how Canis Samaria makes getting to the big key chest so much easier. Just a small key, though, but that'll help.
Probably an item in the big chest.
At this point, it wouldn't surprise me.
There could just be 2 in the back, also.
Now, it's worth noting on that note that Skullwoods is a dungeon where it is possible for the big key to be locked inside its own chest because the big key is only used for the big chest in this dungeon. That's it.
Also, don't get grabbed by the subway hand.
Yeah, if you get grabbed by that, you go right back to the start of the dungeon. And you can get grabbed out of the hole, where you fall down into Mothula's room, which is extremely annoying if that happens.
Yeah, if that happens to you, you go back to the start of the dungeon. Do not pass go, do not collect 200 rupees. But with Tempered Sword, this fight should be pretty easy.
Well, it's not the boss that's the issue with Mothula, it's the room itself, because if Mothula gets hit into the spikes, your damage gets nullified entirely. And the spikes move, plus there's a conveyor belt. Nicely done.
Alright, so we didn't pick up anything in Skullwoods, unfortunately. So I'll check my ammo situation when I go to the when I go to Screw Tack Room. And if the ammo situation is adequate, I'm just gonna press on. Hopefully it works. It's real breathtaking to see if I can pull it off, trust me. So find your clenchers, because you're gonna need them.
Oh, yes, you are. And for Raiko, all I'm gonna say, I just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thank you.
Shoutouts to Airplane.
Anyway, I'm not gonna be saying too much. This is kind of quiet time for me. I'm gonna get some power bombs here.
Fire Fleece, the room that Raiko is in, is not a heated room, one of the few rooms in Lower Norfair that isn't, and is a great spot for grinding power bombs. Oh, and there's also an item location here.
Yeah, that I'm not interested in, though. I'm doing that mostly because it's gonna be easier getting power bombs there than it is elsewhere in Lower Norfair. There's a place where I can do it, but it's gonna be annoying to do, and I'm probably gonna have to farm power bombs after Ridley anyway. manual discharge of reserves here.
Yeah, if he were to try and Crystal Flash while those reserves were still full, it wouldn't fire.
Nope. Oh, charge beam! Ah! Well then!
Wow, chargeless hell run until charge.
I was actually just checking that for the hope of like a power bomb, but wow.
When it works, and right there you see a Crystal Flash, which will get Raikou's health back up to full.
That's gonna make things quite a bit easier ammo-wise.
Absolutely, and now Ridley is going to be, I want to say, about, what, 24 charge shots?
I'm actually still gonna use ammo for the most part, it's just more that I have backup. I have backup charge shots now.
And also, what Raikou did there was utilize the X-ray scope to microwave the gold pirates. Also, those enemies that circle the platforms there drop power bombs at a very high rate.
That's what I'm doing, I'm just getting power bombs.
He's also getting super missiles, too, from the other enemy.
Yep. Yep, just ye old RBO farm.
Typically, that enemy that generates in doesn't drop power bombs very often, so if you see one, that's a rarity.
Oh no, it's 4%. It's 4% for them to drop power bombs. Alright, I'm gonna try to get a few more supers from these guys. Alright, that's enough. Alright, after this Crystal Flash, it's go time.
Now, the reason Raikou is doing a Crystal Flash before entering the Ridley fight is that if he were to attempt a Crystal Flash in the room and he took a hit from the boss, there'd be no iframes. He'd get shredded. And it's 30 supers to finish Ridley off.
That was really well executed.
Yeah, that was one of the best Ridley fights I've seen using supers in a while out of just about anybody.
It's not over yet, though. That's only half the battle.
As I am well aware, you still gotta make your way out. Ooh, an extra power bomb, nice. Farming up some on and off stuff, getting a whole variety of stuff. Also got an extra power bomb there.
I was farming up to enough super missiles specifically.
Ah, yes. You see, for Crystal Flash, folks, I don't think I've explained this yet. You need to be below 50 health with a minimum of 10 missiles, 10 super missiles, and 11 power bombs. For this particular setup of doing a Grand Hell run, it's advisable to have at least 20, 20, 22 at
I'm
the
just
minimum.
gonna do it here. Still not over.
He's right about that. It ain't over until we are out the portal. And from said portal, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away to Turtle Rock.
Well, I have to take an extra step also because I don't have speed. So I'm probably going to have to do an additional Crystal Flash.
Now, thankfully, with Screw Attack, the Three Musketeers just get shredded.
Yeah, I would not attempt to do that without Screw Attack. Out.
Alright, we're at Bubble Mountain. Breathe a bit.
A little bit. There's still one more step, though.
That is why a safety save is happening.
Actually, come to think of it, this isn't necessary, because I can just hit the Croc recharge. There's a recharge station by Croc I can hit up. I just have to go a slightly different path. This is such an unusual way to leave Norfair this late in the game.
It's worth it. You're getting your health back up to full to ensure that you pull this, you basically polish off a Grand Hell run.
You can't really get much of a better hard logic showcase than this seed. My goodness.
Absolutely. Like, we see the weekly raises hard logic where some things that are from hard logic pop up here and there. This seed right here was a fantastic showcase of what hard logic can do. And you've absolutely knocked it out of the park to this point, Raiko. Now let's bring it home.
I will say this, though. It is going to take a miracle for this to be underestimate. At the pace we're on now, this will be over by, like, a few minutes.
Which, all things considered, is pretty darn good.
Boy, I sure thought this estimate was generous enough. Apparently not. Because Ganon and Mother Brain put together take about They take about 20 minutes. And again, I do want to give some shout-outs to the SpeedDocs crew for letting me play this. This has been a blast to do.
Also, shout out to the crew for allowing me to be on commentary for this, because this has been a heck of a good time with some great execution, some great stories that made it in as well. Although I am curious, Daria and Speed conspicuously absent.
Yeah, I'm really curious where the suit is. There are a few places it can be.
For all we know, it could be right here in Turtle Rock.
It could be. So the randomized portion of this is almost over. It's just small keys and... Oh, I don't have Cane of Burna. I can't do my favorite item dash in the game. We didn't even really mention item dashes because we didn't get a sword for a while, I don't think.
Yeah, by the time we did get a sword, the best places to item dash kind of went by the boards, but this is one of them where if you do have Cane of Burna, you can do a really cool item dash. It just looks so good.
Yeah, you can just go straight through all of those rolling pins. And those rolling pins hurt. With Blue Mail, they do 3 hearts of damage. Half Magic is also MIA, come to think of it.
I mean, we have Tempered Sword, so at this point, half magic is the definition of a luxury item.
It
But
is.
it's still a nice luxury item to have all the same. Now, those chain chomps aren't so nice.
Oh no, they also
Unlike
do 3 hearts of
which
damage.
they first... Also, but unlike the first game in which they appeared in, you're not going to see that chain break.
Nope. No, they're nasty enemies, and we actually don't have a ton of health for endgame. I'm okay with this kind of health, it's just we don't have a lot of it for endgame. So because we don't need any other items to complete the game, I actually don't need to check this lava chest, so I can steal the Poke Key and use this to hopefully skip some chests later on in the dungeon.
Doesn't always work out like that, because sometimes Randomizer be like that.
It has about a 98% chance of success, just statistically speaking. There's a 2% chance that there is a required key in the big chest. So hopefully there is a small key somewhere on the laser bridge. If not, we will need to backtrack. Knowing where all your minor items are, such as magic and heart drops, is also very important.
Absolutely, and that one you just picked up I didn't know about until recently, watching a randomizer race.
Yeah, that one's really important.
That one really does help.
So I'm gonna mark my place here, just in case something goes wrong on Laser Bridge. It shouldn't, but... Not with Mirror Shield, it shouldn't, but... Something else could also go wrong with the I don't need that. There's the key.
Game, we're well past the point of needing energy tanks, please and thank you.
For Turian, it's actually going to be faster for me to turn my suits off, or suit. But,
oh, I know exactly what you mean. The reason I mentioned Speed Booster is that we know that the Ice Beam is locked by needing it.
Oh, you can't use that to hit the switch. Alright, so the Trinex fight with this setup shouldn't be too bad. Not having half magic is a little bit nerve-wracking because you need a certain amount of magic to actually beat the fight. But with Tempered Sword, it should be a breeze.
Yeah, Tempered Sword really does help make the Trinex fight a lot easier. With Master Sword half magic, you're basically on par with low percent, which is, well, traditional low percent. I've heard word of a 3-heart low percent category, but I've yet to see that, so hopefully I get to see that.
3-heart low percent makes very heavy use of Canis Maria. And just for context, I have completed 1 run of low percent. But there's Trinex down.
And a beautiful Trinex kill as well. Okay, chat. Hold on, let's see this. I had a funny feeling that the game was going to do something like that. I swear, sometimes my instincts are so on point.
All right.
So now the question is, chat. Ganon's Tower, there are 22 checks where the big key can be. Pick a number. Between 1 and 22, I'd say you got about a half minute.
Yep, big key guessing game. Where is the big key going to be? Pick a number between 1 and 22. I am going to pick 3. I'm optimistic. Oh, the chat reaction to that Faria suit was great.
I love it. Also, unfortunately, I wish that were a possible check, but there aren't that many checks in Ganon's Tower, at least this time around.
Alright, that's my guess gone.
Now that small key location is often known as Bob's Torch. It has to do with an anti-fairy that shows up above the Ice Armos room, where if that item's not picked up, it's glitched.
Yep. Yeah, so unfortunately we will not be seeing Bob. Oh hey, Butter Sword!
Now, an interesting fact about the gold sword that was revealed to me recently is that every time that the gold sword is swung, there's a very small amount of lag that gets generated. I did not know this until very recently.
Alright, that's number 8.
Well, there goes me. I'm out.
There's number 9. I also do want to give a shout out to Janice in chat. He was the one that showed me this madness. I believe he showed this to me at a GDQ. Randomizer room doesn't have it. We're running out of checks on the left side.
Compass.
I love that bonk. Not the one I just did, but the one to cross that gap is so cool.
Yes, it is, and that bonk actually saves a bit of time versus trying to traverse that thing. And now, coming up is the Ice Armos fight.
Armos 2.
Now, the amount of damage is the same, but the main gimmick of this room is you're basically trying to do the same strat as you did before, but on ice. It's a bit dangerous, admittedly.
Of course it's right side.
Well, you found the red mail, so there's that.
Oh, this is gonna make Ganon just free. You got your fully powered suit.
Now that text is in another game. Speaking of other games, now I know we're that's about a month away from the launch of Metroid Dread. I don't know about everybody else, but personally, I'm looking forward to that. Because there's a lot of stuff in there that's reminiscent of the old school 2D Metroids with some new stuff thrown in too.
I have to redo the last room.
Now, you could have done that switch with bombs, but the timing is a little finicky.
This is one of the reasons why Half Magic is so nice to have.
Absolutely.
Oh, now you give me a magic drop. Thanks, game. I was gonna say, if it's Tile Room. So, 21 is the winner.
AKA Blackjack. Although you mentioned Tile Room, and there was actually a time where I gambled Tile Room because I was still looking for something, and I wound up being right. I just started laughing.
I found some very fun things in Tile Room before. This room. Wow. I was not paying attention to my arrows.
That does happen sometime.
So we get to do this nice thing called digging for arrows.
And instead you dig a fairy out of the ground. I seem to remember Author Blues doing this once.
Arrows? There we go. Okay, that'll be more than enough.
Yep, dug out a 10-pack. That'll do it and then some. Now keep in mind, second mimic room does have a pot that has arrows.
Yep, that's what I was keeping in mind. That's how you're supposed to do that room. You can do that entire room with just pots.
Now, and with Mirror Shield, you do not have to worry about the fire beams that fire from the mimics, which are actually gorillas from the very first Legend of Zelda game, just repurposed here.
Alright, so up we go. So these are some of the most difficult rooms in the entire game to optimize.
That they are. We call this the Gauntlet.
Get down here. Thank you.
Yeah, the horse heads in room 3 have a tendency of doing that, where they'll just walk right away from you and go back the way you to where you were.
All things considered, that wasn't horrible. Boy, these Lambos are just not behaving at all. I'm sorry I couldn't show you the triple arrow kill. It looks so cool.
It really does, but sometimes the boss is just a finicky noun that doesn't want to cooperate.
Oh, these rooms are super cool too.
Oh, absolutely. Just drop Tina Samaria and you good.
This one's a little trickier. Nice. Nice magic drop, too.
And that's gonna help in a room coming up.
Oh, this is a really tough room casually. If you have half magic, you can skip a lot of these full magic pickups.
Now, the reason he hesitated on heading up the stairs there is that if he had gone up the stairs at the same time the door in the other room closed, he would have despawned the top of the tower and would have had to restart the climb all over again and half magicking Ganon's tower. How typical.
I don't even know if it's really helpful at this point. I guess it could be helpful for speeding up like phase 2. But
Also, another energy tank game? Are you for real? Now, just to top it off, watch Speed Booster be in the Moldorm 2 chest. Just as icing on the cake. That would have been hilarious if I was right.
This is the worst ice room in the game, I think.
It is, because you've got conveyors, bumpers, spikes, and baby helmets. It's an ugly combination.
Alright, time for agonometry.
Yep, now for more Aghanim RNG. The Aghanim fights are all RNG, regardless.
I have the 2 clones synced, which is really bad. You don't want to have the clones synced because then it makes it very difficult to combo them.
But you also don't want them too far off sync to where you have shots just passing through the target.
Not terrible considering the patterns.
Now coming up next is the final boss of A Link to the Past, and that would be Ganon.
Also, if any of you want to... to influence the outcome for Save Kill, we are going to be closing that off soon, so get your donations in. And if you want to make us happy, let us kill the animals. I haven't checked it recently, but I know when I started, Save was winning by quite a bit.
Kill has a long way to go, but I think we can do it.
And that message is basically a redoing of the vanilla message.
Yeah, this fight with our current loadout is quite free. I can even miss Torch Glitch and it'll be no big deal. If you will stop warping, please, Ganon. Thank you.
Yeah, this is one of the things where Ganon can be annoying, is teleportation RNG.
Ganon will also tell you where the silver arrows are. And the silver arrows can be anywhere. So just
worth noting that in standalone Link to the Past, Rando,
nice double.
You have the silvers. He's like, oh no, silver, my one true weakness. And nice double to finish off Ganon. We got bacon. Now let's get some bacon for the kids. Donate now. The bid war's closing very soon.
And get your G's in chat. Your single G's. I would expect the run to be over about 9 minutes from now. Maybe a little bit more because we don't have speed booster. Oh, maybe closer to 10 because we don't have ice beam either.
Definitely a refill spot for sure. Now, not having ice or speed means we're not going to be able to perform Zeb Skip with this particular scene. But that's okay, we got plenty of ammo, so the Zebatites will not be a problem.
Yeah, no matter how good you are at the game, you can't actually do Zeb Skip at all with this loadout because you don't have ice or speed.
We did get a $15 anonymous donation. Thank you, Anonymous, for your generosity. Where are the rest of you at? Come on, I know you can do it. Let's kill these animals.
Want to save those frames, and more importantly, keep the marathon from falling further behind. And I also, again, do want to apologize to SDAT for the SDAT staff for being overestimate.
It happens with randomizers. Don't be concerned about it. You've been doing great. You got handed a crazy seed. You've been taking it on like a champ.
I need to turn
absolutely.
This is to help group the Metroids, because I don't have Ice Beam, I'm going to have to powerbomb them, and this also conveniently lets me damage down for Metroid Baby as well.
Now, there's a couple of different ways of going about the Metroid Baby section. There's the Baby Skip, which has been a very hype moment at past marathons and GDQs, but if you damage down low enough, you can actually skip having to do Baby Skip. And heck if I know which is faster, but both are really good ways of dealing with that section.
It's specifically so that the drain time on the Baby is less. not having speed booster, I think, changes the calculus a little bit for that. But this is the last room, and unfortunately, there's not really a lot I can do to make this faster with an Ice Beam. And I know where Ice Beam is, I just can't get it.
It is behind Speed Booster and Main Street Missile, for those who missed it.
That was quite the place for Ice Beam, I have to say. I shouldn't have to remove suits. How much do I have in reserves?
I think your reserves got filled up.
Yeah, they did. They did. They got filled up at ship. I don't know if this is faster, but I do want to show off a cool strat you can do here. I don't think this is faster with full reserves, but this is one of the reasons why we want to avoid picking up reserve tanks if possible, because normally you're supposed to take a missile refill, or not a missile refill, a health refill after baby. But if your reserve tanks are empty, you can crystal flash here. And then that'll save you a couple door transitions.
What, 8 seconds right there, I think?
It's more the drain time of the reserve tanks was the issue.
And chat pointing out that by facing right, you save frames on the stand-up animation.
Correct. Unfortunately, because we do not have any way to do Zeb Skip, we have to do Zeb Skip Skip.
And he's just pumping super missiles into the Zebatites. One way of dealing with them.
Alright. So with Charge Wave Plasma, this will be 24 charge shots. And this is what we like to call the food fight. Because Mother Brain's attacks are French fries, onion rings, tater tots, and ketchup. But none of them should be an issue because we have a massive amount of health. Come on. See,
and here comes the ketchup.
You won't see ketchup until after she's down to 25%. Now I need to damage down to between 300 and 400 energy. Yeah, and if you want to get any last-minute donations for Save Kill, you need to get them in right now. Because we're going to be cutting it off very shortly.
You heard that. Final push. Let's see what you got.
Because after the end of the Baby Metroid cutscene is when we're going to cut the donations off. So this is all scripted. Bible thumps in chat, by the way. We have to cut it off now. Are they living or are they dying?
It is with the heaviest of hearts that I must announce we are saving the animals.
Oh darn. They are being saved.
Metroid Fusion is canon.
But that also makes Metroid Dread canon, too.
Also, shoutouts to Metroid Fusion having an actual open world randomizer now. Somehow.
That's something I gotta check out at some point for myself, but on another day.
That is the case, yes. Alright, escape time. We're gonna have to take a little bit of a different route through escape because we don't have speed booster. And I will find out where that speed booster is during credits, unless we need to transition just immediately. So I'm trying to kill as many pirates in this room as possible to reduce lag. This is another reason why Speed Booster saves a ton of time, is in the escape only, these over the far right, that's a speed boost block, so you can actually speed boost all the way up this shaft, but unfortunately because we don't have Speed Booster, we have to do... clearly movement's impossible. Alright, let's go save the critters. Make sure to look out for them in the final cutscene. They're kind of hard to see, but they'll be there.
Despite my sarcasm, I do want to give a massive thank you to everyone that donated towards this incentive and for the entire marathon.
Oh, absolutely. This has been an amazing experience, and we are coming up time. Time is when Alucard will face forward in the ship. And time.
GG, Raiko. Well done.
What a seed. So, I am going to find out where some of this missing stuff was. Let's see. Where was Speed Booster at? The combo randomizer credits are pretty cool, too. Speed Booster was apparently on Ether Tablet, and we did not find Book. Book was on Pyramid Fairy.
Well, we didn't read that one.
Berna was at Franker Z Missile. And I think that's all the majors. Just, what a seed. If we don't have time to go through the, combo randomizer credits, that's fine. But, this is really fun to do. If you want to play this yourself, again, you can go to the website samus.link. You'll need a Japanese 1.0, a Link to the Past ROM, and a Super Metroid, a Japanese or U-ROM. We're not able to help you get those, unfortunately. Google is your friend. But it's completely web-based. You can just upload them to the website, and they'll be able to kick out a randomized run. But big shout-outs to just all the people, all the devs involved with this. The entire SMZ3 community. We have a Discord as well that you can join. I believe the Discord is also linked on the SMZ3 website. But if you are interested in playing this, go to samus.link. There's a huge community. We have big tournaments every year, 100 plus. usually hits. It's an amazing experience. A lot of people here to help you. And then after the developer credits, you get some nice stats as well. Unfortunately, a lot of them are broken as of this version. Supposedly they're being fixed in either version 12 or version 13. No SBAs because we found charge beams super late.
There's some really cool SBAs in this game.
All right, well, Raiko, we want to give you another just gigantic round of applause for muscling through this chaotic seed. You did it like a champ, man. Great run. Thanks
again. This is one of the most challenging seeds I've ever played, but it was a fantastic showcase for what hard mode can do, and it was well worth the price of admission, I'll just say that. Thanks again for having me.
Thanks for having me on commentary, Raiko. This was a heck of a lot of fun. Also, shout-outs to Ancient Gamer as well, who earlier passed off the reins, and I felt I did pretty well.
Oh yeah, you knocked it out of the park.